Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for February 13th, 2018. Madam Clerk.
Closed session agenda. Item 1. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Todd Barr v. County of Calaveras, case number CSMCS ARB 160452.
Any public comment? Any board comments? If not, move on to the next one.
Item 2, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, personnel matter, conference with labor negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association negotiations.
Any public comments? Seeing none. Any board comments? Not. Madam Clerk.
Item 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4.
Any public comments? Board comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Item 4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, two cases pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.
Public comments? Seeing none, any board comments? If not, we will retire to closed session. Good morning. Welcome to Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for February 13th. I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Clerk. May we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Jim, will you lead us?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You occurs there. Madam Clerk.
Report of closed session. Item number 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Todd Barr v. County of Calaveras, case number CSMCS ARB 16-0452. There was no reportable action taken. Item 2, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, personnel matter, conference with labor negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association negotiations. There was no reportable action taken. Item 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. There was a motion by Supervisor Oliveira and a second by Supervisor Clapp directing staff to engage Barron and Bud and the California Fire lawyers and authorize initiation of litigation against PG&E as it relates to the Butte Fire. Item number 4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, two cases pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. This closed session will be continued later in the day during the lunch break.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, Supervisor Mills, I believe you asked a chance for the floor.
Yes, this is only to announce the passing of Lawrence Woody Woodhams, holder of Calaveras County Fire Badge number 1, last Thursday in Winnemucca, Nevada.
You want a moment of silence? Take a moment of silence, please. All right. Announcements.
Announcements. This is a time for board members and county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public.
Any member of the board? Any member of the staff? Mr. Krovitz.
Thanks.
Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. What I'm handing out right now is a 2017 status report for Public Works, going through the divisions and what was accomplished in the 2017 calendar year. I don't want to spend a lot of time, but we are going to try to make this a regular item, not necessarily for the board, but to be posted on the website so that the public has the ability to go to Public Works website and identify their items of interest and what progress we're making. So it goes through the various divisions of Public Works. It gives some statistics about the work that we've done and completed. And so I would encourage any board member to reach out to Public Works management with any questions you have on this item. So, and the idea of doing this on a regular basis. Thank you.
Mr. Krovitz. Any other staff announcements? If not, we'll move on to recognitions and acknowledgments.
Item 5 is from the Administrative Office to proclaim the week of February 11th through February 17th, 2018 as Kindness Week in Calaveras County.
Supervisor Mills.
This is a recognition of February 11th through February 17th, 2018 as Ripples of Kindness Week, whereas National Random Acts of Kindness Week will be observed February 11th through February 17th, 2018, and whereas Calaveras County has participated in Random Acts of Kindness Week since 2010, and whereas all who live and or work within Calaveras County are encouraged to practice random acts of kindness, a tradition started in Angels Camp by the Jim Bergantz family. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that Calaveras County Board of Supervisors recognizes the week of February 11th through 17th, 2018 to be Kindness Week throughout the county. And, Chair, I would ask for a motion.
Have a motion. I'll move.
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion and a second. Any public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Passed 5-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before I move on to reading the information about public comment, I just wanted to refer back to the report out of item 3 from closed session.
Okay.
So I'm going to read into the record the motion and the action again. So this is in regards to item 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4 on a motion by Supervisor Oliveira and a second by Supervisor Clapp. Staff was directed to engage Barron and Budd and the California Fire lawyers and authorize initiation of litigation against PG&E as it relates to the Butte Fire. Was passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Oliveira.
I request permission to go back to announcements for a brief announcement. I'd like to publicly thank the board clerk
and the Board of Supervisors for my gavel when I served my term as chairman, and the engraving on it, which I thought was very classy, and I'll treasure this for a long time. Thank you.
You're welcome. So, Madam Clerk.
Okay, public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard. So please keep in mind, we can have 5 people in the aisle not blocking the door. So if you can line up down the middle of the aisle.
5 people standing at one time only. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Marty Crane. Yes, domestic violence is here in our beautiful Calaveras County. So for a little perspective, remembering that it goes both ways, male and female, and lest we forget, I quote, "The first time he called me an effing bitch was on our honeymoon. I found out years later he had kicked his first wife on their honeymoon. A month later, he physically prevented me from leaving the house. Less than 2 months after that, I filed a protective order with the police because he punched in the glass on our front door while I was locked inside. We bought a house to make up for that one. Just after our 1-year anniversary, he pulled me naked and dripping from the shower to yell at me. Everyone loved him. People commented all the time how lucky I was. Strangers complimented him to me every time we went out. But in my home, the abuse was insidious. The threats were personal, the terror was real, and yet I stayed. When I tried to get help, I was counseled to consider carefully how what I said might affect his career. And so I kept my mouth shut and stayed. I was told, yes, he was deeply flawed, but then again, so was I. So I worked on myself and I stayed. If he was a monster all the time, perhaps it would have been easier to leave. But he could be kind and sensitive, and so I stayed. He cried and apologized, so I stayed. He offered to get help and even went to a few counseling sessions and therapy groups, and so I stayed. He belittled my intelligence and destroyed my confidence, so I stayed. I felt ashamed and trapped, and so I stayed. Friends and clergy didn't believe me, and so I stayed. I was pregnant, so I stayed. I lost the pregnancy and became depressed, and so I stayed. Abuse is indifferent to education level, socioeconomic status, race, age, or gender, and no one can ever know the dynamics of another's relationship. My cycle continued for 4 more years. Afterward, I let go and welcomed the hard work of helping, of healing, and forgiveness. My experience made me stronger and able to love more deeply. But my heart breaks for him. In the end, who is the real victim of his choices? As for me, Marty Crane, I cannot help but applaud the strength and wisdom of this woman, Jennifer Willoughby, who fought her way back from a shell of her former self to a powerful voice of fairness, respect, and change. As shared by Angela Davis, I am no longer accepting the things I cannot change. I am changing the things I cannot accept. This is big. Calaveras, let's stay focused. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. Me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that today. I do want to say that the last time I was here, I sang a little song, and a lot of people said, God, that was great. Good words. I want to do a disclaimer. That were not my words. That was Bob Dylan. He wrote that song 50 years ago about the Russians, and it's as pertinent today as it was then. I need to apologize to Michael Oliveira. I've had an anger at you for a couple of years, and I want to tell you that my anger was dissuaded as you conducted the meetings all year long. You were very fair with everyone except Bertha Underhill. You let her talk extra long, and if she wasn't so darling, I would have jumped up and objected, but I don't hold that against you. But thank you for your service. And last two things, a word that I've heard, and I don't think I've ever used it, but I want to define it for you. The word is fascism. A governmental system led by a dictator having complete power, forcibly suppressing opposition and criticism, regimenting all industry, commerce, etc., and emphasizing an aggressive nationalism and often racism. I've never called anyone a fascist pig, but the words want to come out of my mouth at times. Because a fascist is a person who is dictatorial or has extreme right-wing views. I know a few of those people. Anyway, that's my definition for the day. Finally, I want to talk about dogs. We try to have meetings. People are bringing their dogs. I know what a seeing eye dog is. I know how well trained they are. They sit down at the feet of their owner, and they're very mild and they don't cause any scene. People lately have been bringing their dogs to all these meetings. They're companion dogs. You know, I need it because, I mean, we don't know why we're not allowed to ask what the disability is that allows people to bring their dogs, but we know people are allergic to animals. So help us define dogs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen. Bill Wilson, District 1. Amazing. Tomorrow's Valentine's Day, and we're here to do something that tomorrow may make it totally obsolete. There's a case going to be heard in New York where a young lady, she's 12 years old, she's challenging the Controlled Substance Act and the fact that marijuana is not or does not have any medical value. If she wins that case, all of this whole last year, the regulation that expires today, the UO, the tax that we paid to this county, close to, I think, $15 million now. Not quite. Some people still haven't been able to pay because some people haven't been able to do anything with their crop because a certain group of you, all of a sudden, 9 days into state regulation, decided they didn't want regulation. They would rather back the black market and unregulated growing in this county. Personally, I think that's idiotic, ignorant, and shameful. But again, that's not my decision to make. That's your gentlemen's decisions. And you people own it now, especially my district supervisor. The other thing that seems strange to me is I don't know that you gentlemen actually listen to county council. I'm sure she's advised you of certain things that you people just continue to ignore because of your steadfast adherence to your belief that you have some moratorium or mandate to turn the clock back rather than progress, rather than try to make Calaveras some kind of viable community. We went up to Yolo County people actually know who I am in Yolo County. God, I didn't never think that would happen. But they sympathized with us that we have a group of people on our Board of Supervisors that just don't get it. Unfortunately, I have to agree with them. That was a meeting of people that wanted to do manufacturing, testing, distribution in that county. A county that at first decided they weren't going to do it, but followed Calaveras' lead and did regulate. Only they stuck with it instead of going backwards 9 days after the state legalized it. Shame on you, gentlemen.
Good morning, Joan Wilson, District 1. Welcome to Calaveras County and another beautiful day. Oh my gosh, has the weather not been wonderful? Nice and mild. I haven't had to turn my heater up too much. It's just gorgeous. Of course, with a gorgeous winter, fire season comes. And that may not be so beautiful. Whether it's fires from PG&E or someone that wants to grow plants in a shed and has their wiring done wrong, are you prepared? Are you prepared for that situation? Are you prepared for fires? Are you prepared for what your words may cause? We have more homeless people in this county than I've ever seen. I know I've been told we don't have any homeless in this county, but I've seen them. They're here. I feel sorry for them. I wish I could help them all. But are you prepared for this? Are we prepared? My 26-year-old Army veteran and my 21-year-old son, who is an Eagle Scout, knows the concept of leadership. Be prepared. For what? Baden Powell will tell you just about anything. Gentlemen, are you prepared for what your actions might lead to? As you take on this new endeavor, please keep that in mind. Another thing that I'd like to bring up is this motion here has nothing to do with political things or political parties. I worked with the deaf and hard of hearing for years. I've worked with over 200 of them. My dad was hard of hearing. My cousin is married to a deaf person. I have many friends that are either deaf or hard of hearing. This motion means yay. This one means yeah, yeah, yeah. There should be nothing wrong with this motion. It is not disruptive. It is kind. And it is allowing us to voice our opinion. Gentlemen, I hope you listen to the words that are being said to you and listen carefully, because what you are doing is going to have an effect, not only on your families, but on many families. And we really need to be careful and think carefully on what we are doing. Thank you. Oh, yeah. I wish you all a happy Valentine's Day, and don't forget, this is the time to practice love, not only for yourself or your spouse, but for everyone.
Good morning. My name is Ed Bruin. I'm from Valley Springs. My wife and I moved up here 10 years ago. We're both retired. And we had concerns, and especially me, about safety on roads up here. And I want to commend everybody that's been associated with being able to get the traffic light in Valley Springs, the left turn onto St. Andrews. I now have a real concern, and it's been a concern ever since we went to Jackson and had to travel 26 and hit the intersection of 49 and 26 in Moke Hill. Tragically, I'm sure that most of you read about the accident we had on February the 3rd up there coming out of Center Street, making a left turn on the 49 to head down to San Andreas. And I said to my wife in January, we're going up there more frequently, and a lot of our senior friends are, because there's things up in Center Street. The Ledger Hotel is great, and more people are going. Renegade Winery right there. A lot of people there. Friday nights they have special events. But there's a safety issue that I've always had in the daytime, trying to make a left turn onto Highway 49 to go to Jackson. You've got slope there coming down from San Andreas, and then you've got curves right there. And the visibility with the speed that the vehicles are going, it makes it a real challenge to make your left turn at a particular time. And this situation last month when we were up there at the Ledger, there were like 36 of us there celebrating a 70th birthday of a friend, and trying to get out and make a left turn from Center Street onto 49 when it's dark. There's no light at that intersection of Center Street and 49, and it's very difficult to see vehicles coming either up from Jackson or from San Andreas the other way. And so it's a visibility speed problem. And so my recommendation, if you gentlemen can look into it, is to put a four-way stop at the intersection of 49 and 26. It will slow the traffic down. It'll make it that you can take turns, making your turns. And then the other solution that I'm recommending would be to put a dusk to dawn light right at the end of Center Street.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Good morning, Vicki Reinke. I'm not going to talk about marijuana. We're going to change the subject. And I am going to be speaking on behalf of the Calaveras Republicans. And it has to do with the Wild and Scenic River designation. You're probably aware of this, but I just wanted to make sure that you as a board are paying attention and will weigh in on. There's the new study that was done on the ability to make it a designated wild and scenic river, 37 miles of the Mokwalami. In the past, the past Board of Supervisors in 2014 passed a resolution supporting a wild and scenic river designation, and there was a lot of opposition to that. And after that vote was taken, there was at least one supervisor who realized they should never have voted for it because of what a wild and scenic river designation means. So we're still opposed to it. This study was being done because of well, actually, let me just back up a little bit. So the first time it came up was in 2014, and it was SB 1199, which was by Lonnie Hancock, and they wanted to make the 37 miles of our river, Mokwalami, a wild and scenic. What is a wild and scenic river? It means that you cannot, it must stay free flowing, and you cannot divert water or put dams on that river. That's kind of what a wild and scenic does, and we're opposed to that because it takes the water rights away from future generations. So I'm asking that you guys look into this and maybe do a new resolution based on current facts. I know at the time the water districts were opposed. I think Dennis was maybe on CCWD at the time. So there was opposition from all the water districts, and then there was another bill, AB 142, which asked for a study of the river before a designation. Well, sadly, and we were opposed to that piece of legislation once it got amended, because who does those studies? It's the resource in department here in California, and they're very much environmentalist, and of course they're going to come out with a study that says it should stay wild and scenic. Anyway, that study's out now. You can put comments to it. I'd really like our Board of Supervisors to relook at that and maybe change that to an oppose for our river. We already have dams. I'm sorry. But anyway, I hope that you will look at that.
Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Danielle Maxwell, Avery, JJ's mom. I'm here this morning to share my experience. We do this at the state capitol for seizures. That also, the noise from the clapping could cause one to go into a seizure. So I don't just want to follow up on that. It's never a negative thing. It's out of respect for one's medical conditions or needs or disabilities. Anyways, my son has 4 wisdom teeth removed yesterday at UCSF. It took me 5 months to be able to have this procedure done. In between those 5 months, we went to 3 different dentists that said they'd put him under general anesthesia. And when we got there, they did local and then decided in the middle of it that they weren't going to do it because of his tics. So Mom, and meaning me, and him, we packed a bag and we went down to UCSF ER, and I sat there and demanded an oral surgeon to see my son, the on-call oral surgeon. He got me a consult the next day. This was like February or January 27th, and he just had surgery yesterday. I'm not going to be able to be here for the item Agenda 34, but I also am going to speak on that. But during this time, California Children's Services is a state-ran thing, medical. They cover specialties, and in this county, it's ran per county or units. We don't have a very good MTU, which is a medical therapy unit. So my son does go down to Modesto, but it took me over 3 weeks just to get a hold of Susie and get an authorization for this. She is in the office only Tuesdays and Thursdays from 11 to 1:30. We have one person working this whole county 2 days a week for 2.5 hours. And this person was sick and she had things going on, so no other person could do her job. And my son suffered majorly. And we think this is why he's having seizures, because of the pain. He's nonverbal. Hence why I'm applying for the position of a consumer position on the advisory committee for in-home support services. I filled out the application that was provided to me, and I'd like to give this correspondence to the board. And thank you, Diane, for getting back to me. But I would like to leave the last 20 minutes for my son. 20 seconds. We thank you, and I hope this board can look into stuff to make it easier so our children doesn't suffer in pain.
Good morning. I would like to be the first one to do the act of kindness. I would like to thank the chair, Tofinelli, for being able to meet with people. I know that you meet with people that are outside your district. I know that you meet with people that you might not necessarily agree with, and some that you agree with, and I think that's absolutely fantastic. Hello, hello, hello. Mr. Supervisor Mills, one of the hardest working gentlemen I think I've ever known in my life. He will take phone calls from his constituents well past 10 o'clock in the evening, always has our back. I want to thank you. Also, Supervisor Clapp, I was very sorry to see that you were facing a recall. And I want to thank you, too, because you also will meet with people outside of your district. I know you all work very hard. I want to thank you all, and this is my act of kindness. Anyway, I wanted to talk to you about sanctuary state. I think that it would be very important for us. I know I brought this up last year, but I would like us to put on the agenda to stand against the sanctuary state. And the reason being is I think it's real important for us because we're going to be needing things from President Trump. And this is something that President Trump is very much opposed to. So I think we need to have his back and make sure that we stand in some of the things that he wants to get accomplished so that we can get some of the funds we need. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about is something that I found in the Carmel Pine Cone. I love the Carmel Pine Cone, by the way. It's regarding the TOT, which is the occupancy taxes. And there was an article in the Pine Cone that there was a couple from Pacific Grove that were fined $90,000. $90,000 for not getting their transient occupancy taxes. So I don't know that we have any fines now, but I want you to know that I called and I did some research. Asilomar in Pacific Grove does do a tax of 10%. The lodge at Pebble Beach is 10.5%. And Pine Inn in Carmel is 20%, and they also tack on the assessments for the city of Carmel. So I would love for us to look at another way of bringing in money, because I know everybody's always talking about money. And I think that it would be a great thing for us to look at the occupancy tax and look at fines, because I happen to know that there was actually a person that worked for the county that was doing an Airbnb and wasn't doing anything about collecting his occupancy taxes. So please look at the occupancy taxes. Also, the sanctuary is super important. I would love to see that on the agenda. Thank you, gentlemen, the 5 of you, for all the work you do. I certainly appreciate you.
Thank you.
This I would like to hand to them. It's the Carmel Pine Cone article.
We're going to take 2 more speakers, and then we're at our limit. Board clerk just made me aware of it. So 2 more, and then we'll put it off to the end of the meeting.
Thank you. Good morning, Board. Over the last couple of weeks, I get the Nixel notifications from the Sheriff's Department, and I think the count is now up to like 4 or 5 indoor grows that have been busted in the Valley Springs area. When I look at the photographs of those grows, as a former contractor, retired contractor, I wonder where the interior walls went. The houses appear to be gutted and have a few posts holding the ceiling up with equipment and wires and everything else hanging down. And these are in neighborhoods. Now I'm wondering, is there a plan to take care of this? Who is going to be leading the task force to take care of these problems? As I understand it, the ban ordinance is now in effect. I think it went into effect yesterday. I could be wrong on the date, but it's 30 days since you passed it. We're going to get more of these problems as we start cracking down on the illegal growing in this county. What about the neighbors who live next door? What's inside those buildings? Are they a hazard to kids getting in there? Are we going to start putting boards on the doors and windows? Is our goal to make Valley Springs look like Detroit? Are we going to have boarded up houses with warning signs, skulls and crossbones, yellow tape? And how about some of those panels of chain link fencing we could put around there? Maybe dress it up with a little concertina wire on the top. Are we ready to move forward to start cleaning these properties up and protecting the public? Are the neighbors to those properties going to have to live in fear of what is in those properties? What toxic chemicals could be there? Are kids going to get in there? Is the place going to explode? Is it going to cave in during the wind? And what's it doing to their property values? Marijuana has brought nothing but grief and heartache to this county. It has resulted in the loss of property values and way of life. It is up to this board to take care of this problem. I'd like to see who is going to be on the task force. And I would hope that the board will not abdicate its authority and responsibility to take care of this and kick this down the line for the people to vote on. What do we do about cleaning up the mess here? You guys are in charge. This is a republic. This is representative government. We elected you to do the job. We are not here to do the job for you. Please do your job. Please protect the citizens of this county. And please do the first thing you took an oath to protect. And that's the safety of the citizens of Calaveras County. That's job 1 for you. Please do it so that we can all move forward as we start going through this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manis.
Hi, Susan Morse, Angels Camp. I just have a little housekeeping comment I want to make. I felt this morning as public comment was starting that maybe we need to be reminded of Rule 46 of the Calaveras County Board of Procedures, and that's about orderly conduct. And because today may be contentious during the day, I'd like to remind all of us here, what this rule is. Each person who addresses the board shall not make personal, impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks to any member of the board, staff, or general public. Any person who makes such remarks or who utters loud, threatening, personal, or abusive language or engages in any other disorderly conduct which disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of any board member meeting shall, at the discretion of the board chair or at a majority of the board, be barred from further audience before the board during board meeting. And that's Government Code 54957.9. So I can feel already the contention in the room just standing in the back, and I'm just asking everyone here, this next week's going to be Kindness Week, I guess. Let's try to be kind. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. I've been asked to take one by County Council, so we're going to be a break for 10 minutes, and I think they'll give you a chance to set up. Okay. All right, we're back in session. Madam Clerk.
So I'd like to make a quick announcement. Sorry. A cell phone was found out in the parking lot. If you are missing your cell phone, please check with me at the lunch break. Consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Any board member which should remove any item from consent?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor
Request
Calaveras.
Item 12 and item 14.
I had 14 as well.
You had 14 as well. Supervisor Garamendi.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to request items 23 and 24.
Anyone else? Anyone from staff?
13.
Anyone else from staff? Anyone from the public? Yes, stand up and say so I can hear.
Number 14, number 16, number 22, and number
Well, hang on. 14's already been pulled. Okay.
16, 22, 25.
Anyone else? Yes.
Number 11.
Anyone else?
Why don't you just take it off all, Keller?
23's already pulled. Anyone else? All right, if not, I'll bring it back to the board for the remaining items.
I move the remainder, Chair.
A motion by Supervisor Mills,
I'll second that.
second by Supervisor Clapp. Is there any public comments on any of the other ones? If not, I'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That's 5-0. Madam Clerk, item number 11, this report pulled by George Fry.
If you'll give me just a second here.
When we do this, if you pulled your item, you come up and make your statement, your questions, or anything you want to do or want to say, and staff will answer the questions, and then we'll go forward from there.
Okay, item 11 is from the Elections Department. Adopt a resolution ordering a special municipal election, allowing the City of Angels to submit a measure to the voters for approval and consolidating said election with the June 5th, 2018 statewide primary election.
Mr. Fry.
Good morning, George Fry. My question is, what is this item about? I don't have any idea what this item is about.
Okay.
Good morning, Rebecca Turner, Registrar of Voters. This item is the city wants to request that their treasurer and clerk are appointed versus elected. So they're going to the people to ask that they change that status. The only thing the county is involved in is putting it on the election for them. And at this point, there's no reason for, the only reason you would not consolidate it with the election is if we had reason to believe it would impact the rest of our election. And I have no reason to believe that, so I recommend passing the item to consolidate with our election.
So really, any other questions that need to be addressed on it would have to be at the City Council, towards the City Council.
Correct.
All right. Any public comment? If not, I'll bring it to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chair? Yes. I have a question.
Okay.
Ms. Turner, could I have you return to the podium? Seeing that this is an election for the City of Angels, what costs are incurred by the county, and are they reimbursable by the city?
Part of us conducting an election for a special district or the city is they're required to reimburse us, so there should be zero cost to the county.
Zero cost to the county. In other words, any cost in a portion of the printing of the ballot, is that reimbursable by the city or another special district?
Yes, anything that is incurred to the county for conducting this election would be billed to the city.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I have a motion. Or any questions, any other board questions?
I'll move the item.
I have a motion by Supervisor Mills.
I'll second the item, Mr. Chair.
Second by Supervisor Oliveira. Any other conversation? If not, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, number 12, pulled by Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Item 12 is from Public Works to adopt a resolution amending the number of positions on the County Service Area 4 Diamond 20 Road Advisory Committee from 5 to 3 and amend the term expiration for member position 2, thereby staggering the terms.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Chair. I have issue with this. It looks like when comparing to other CSAs or CSDs, are the requirements of 5 members on that board? Could you answer that question, staff?
This is not converting it to a CSD. This is only reducing the amount of members.
Okay.
So does that address your question?
Is this a CSD?
No, it's not. It's a CSA.
It's an advisory committee?
It is an advisory committee. They currently have 5 members, and they are unable to fill all 5 positions. So it is at the discretion of the supervisor for the district that the CSAs are in to request that the board consider changing the amount of members. So that's what this is. It was done in 2015 with 2 CSAs that were in another part of the county.
So we actually have done this in the past? Mm-hmm. Okay. Could I ask what the estimated population is of this particular advisory board? What sphere of influence they would have? I'm trying to determine if 3 or 5 is the correct number, or which one would be the correct number.
I don't know that there's necessarily a correct number. What the case is here is they are unable to get 5 people to be on this advisory committee. So in reducing it to 3, it is the hopes that this committee will actually be able to have meetings.
So we're kind of changing the law because we don't have enough participants? Is that what I'm hearing?
It's not changing the law. We're just changing how many advisory members there are.
We have other CSAs with 3 members.
We do.
Do you know where those CSAs are?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, no, I'm sorry.
Maybe my fellow
Jeff might know.
supervisors?
Mr. Krovitz might know.
Mr. Krovis.
Sorry, Jeff.
You're on the spot.
Thank you, Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. I don't know the answer to your question, Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. Krovis. Next. I'm sorry.
But I can clarify something. This is within our ordinance that allows the supervisor from in whose district the CSA exists to request the board at large, which is the CSA for all CSAs in the county, to add or reduce the numbers of the advisory board members. So we're not making things up.
Well, that's nice. Thank you. Supervisor Mills?
Yeah, I'd like to add to the discussion, because this has been an ongoing concern since I took the seat, and that 2 of the members are in the same household. And when you have 3 members, then you suddenly have a Brown Act problem. So one of the 2 have agreed that they would resign. The person who has been on this committee in name only has agreed to resign, and 2 other members of the CSA have agreed to step up and place their applications. So there will be 3 within that CSA here very quickly as soon as we complete this piece. But the other alternate is that they haven't been able to hold any annual meetings or give updates to other members of their CSA as a result of this problem. So this resolves a lot of things for them in how they're presented to the board.
That explains a lot. Thank you, Supervisor Mills.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Clapp, your light is on. Do you have a question?
No.
No? Supervisor Garamendi? No? Okay, we'll open up for public comments on this issue.
Joan Wilson. I would hate to see people not being represented. I don't know what they've done to go about getting people to work on this CSA, but perhaps they should put it up to a vote for those people that are going to be affected. If they want to reduce the number. Maybe some of those people don't even know that they're looking for people to be on that board. Just sounds fair to me. Thank you.
Would you like to respond? So to address the comment made by Ms. Wilson regarding what's been done in the past to try to recruit members, and maybe they should put it to a vote. They can't have a vote because they don't have enough members to have a quorum, to have a meeting, to have a vote. So we need to do something. It doesn't mean that down the line, if they had lots of interest, that they couldn't increase the amount of members on that advisory committee. But at this point, we're just trying to get it so that they can actually do the business they need to do.
My name is Russ Thomas, and I have some familiarity with the situation out there in the Diamond 20 subdivision, going back to when I was sitting in as a supervisor. There's about 185 parcels out there. Most of them are unoccupied, absentee owners out of the area. So the 2 people that you talked about have been really, nothing would have happened in the last 20 years out there if it hadn't been for their stalwart efforts. I recommend that you make this change. It'll allow them to get their work done more efficiently and legally. So anyway, vote for it.
Bill Wilson. It seems that there's not enough members of this neighborhood to get 5 people together to have a committee. So we're going to reduce that to 3 members. The gentleman just said most of those properties are empty. I thought these were neighborhoods that we had to keep things out of and we had to regulate things. And now we're going to reduce it to 3 people because we can't even get 5 people in the neighborhoods to come together to go to a meeting. Seems strange to me. Isn't this one of the areas that we were all up here pounding on the podium saying we need to keep things out of these neighborhoods? Seems to me we were just told that it isn't a neighborhood. It's a bunch of blank land, a bunch of empty parcels out there where there's only a few people that are even interested. Have we tried putting up notices at, say, the mailboxes where they enter the property? I assume that's probably it. We do the same thing at Circle 20, and if there's enough people that are concerned with something the road association or the road committee or county service area is going to do, we have 20, 30 people show up to a meeting. We have no problem putting 5 people on there, but we're not a neighborhood. We're a subdivision. We're just a bunch of 20-acre parcels out there. Many of those are blank. Many of those taxes haven't been paid on. Many of those people don't pay those taxes until the very day they go up for auction. Seems to me limiting the number of people because you can't get enough people seems to be a problem with the people in that subdivision.
Any other public comments on this?
George Fry, it really saddens me that with 100 and some odd parcel owners out there, that they can't get a committee of 5 together. That's really disappointing. I mean, this is their opportunity to speak up, and they're not willing to do that for whatever reasons. What I would suggest that takes place is that you send a letter with their taxes included, that letter in the tax bill, and get them to get together and do something about rectifying this. I'm really leery of any organization that has only 3 people on the committee. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Mills, this is your district.
Yeah, I would also make mention, I know of several cemetery districts and at least, I think, one lighting district that also has just 3 members. Just a point. If it's okay, I would like to make a motion to approve the item.
I have a motion by Supervisor Mills. Do I have a second?
I would second that.
A second by Supervisor Clapp. Any other comments, discussion? If not, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Supervisor Oliveira, no. 4-1. Madam Clerk, item number 13. This was pulled by Mr. Krovitz.
Item 13 is from Public Works to adopt a resolution authorizing the Public Works Department to apply for funding through the Calaveras Council of Governments Call for Projects fiscal year 2019-20 through fiscal year 2022-23.
Thank you. Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. I'm going to approach with a handout. This is a call for projects through funding from the COG for the next 3 years. And Public Works looked at the call for projects, looked at many of the projects on our list that we discussed last fall under SB1, and assembled a proposed list of projects that are contained in your board packet, many of which we have discussed, actually almost all we have discussed in great detail at previous meetings. We have identified 5 projects. What you're handed is a ranking sheet, a priority sheet, prioritization sheet. This number of projects or the priorities is not necessarily the end-all be-all, but for this round, it would be nice if we could, we together, that means Public Works and the board, decide on the projects and prioritizations of those that are on the list. Just because the board takes the action and passes a resolution and then helps me with the prioritization today, doesn't necessarily mean that these are going to get funded. The way that we ranked these projects is identified on the ranking sheet. You'll see that all of these projects have been around, almost all the projects have been around for quite a while, and the way we did the Public Works internal ranking was that we gave highest priority or highest rank to those projects that represented a public safety or a risk to the county. The second priority that we were giving, or the second tier priority, was what is the milestone where these projects are at within their completion process, and how close are they to completion? So if a project has gone through initial planning, has gone through environmental documentation, and potentially even gone through final design, and the only thing we're waiting for is construction money, then that was going to receive a higher ranking than a project that just has completed a planning process and has not got environmental clearance to move ahead. The third prioritization criteria is what is the beneficial impact of the completed project? And that becomes a numbers game. How many users do we have? Does the impact of a given project being completed affect the county regionally or to regions at either end of the project, or is it a very localized problem? So the regional one would have a higher ranking than the localized problem. The fourth would be coordination with adjacent projects. If we have adjacent projects that are moving into construction or that are already in planning, then if it's beneficial to the funding, we could advance it. If the adjacent project, which is ones that we're looking at, needs more time to plan, then we'll push it out to make sure that it occurs after we've completed construction on adjacent projects. So it's partially what Supervisor Garamendi has been pushing for coordinated CIP, but it's also kind of a coordination of what can be leveraged. Not necessarily in terms of funding, but in terms of project approval and project execution. And then finally, affordability. Is it an affordable project? If it's a giant project, multi-million-dollar project, our ability or our competitiveness in the funding arena is lower. If it's a smaller project, we can rise up higher because it's a relatively smaller amount. So that's the criteria. The projects, just briefly, Burns Ferry Road, left turn pocket at Poker Flat. This project's been in place for 2 decades?
20, yes.
20 years. Thank you, Supervisor Mills. And where we're at is, with this current project, is we have completed design. We've completed utility relocation plans. PG&E was to have completed the pole relocation this month. It got delayed when they discovered they have another pole. So it's currently in design to pick up the last pole that they have to relocate, and then they will start construction. Encroachment permits have been let, and so this one is one of those projects that A, is a safety project, B, design and environmental are complete, and the only thing we're lacking is construction funds to complete the road widening portion. Okay? Valley Springs Elementary School improvement projects, we've talked a lot about this one. This one is currently in a partnership planning grant. We're working with our consultants in the COG to get our traffic counters out in appropriate places. So this is moving ahead with the anticipated expectation that we can be successful at an ATP grant, Active Transportation Program grant, to get us into the preliminary engineering environmental document phase. And then what this project is asking for is funds to do the design phase. Because that one is going to be very expensive if it actually gets executed in the way that A, needs to have happen or may very well happen. Haver Road Bridge, very inexpensive project. We ended up having to add an alternative to this bridge replacement program to allow us to consider a low water crossing and not just bridges at the request of the neighborhood. It's one of the last projects in the state of California that will be allowed to be funded this way for a low water crossing. And so we have just over an 11% match to add that last alternative to the project so that we can then complete our environmental documentation, move into construction. We do have construction funds for this project. So, and again, it's a very low dollar amount. So this is one that's close to the finish line, doesn't cost much, and it puts us over the top. Polk Street Bike Path, it's linking our on-campus bike path with the elementary school and the high school. Asking again for funds for preliminary engineering, preliminary environmental document. This project has a current partnership planning grant to do the planning studies necessarily and move it forward. There's a midsection that will be constructed with the Mountain Ranch Road Sidewalks Improvement Project. So this is one of the projects that we want to make sure that we've completed this little midsection before moving this ahead. And I think the timing will work. Murphy's Complete Streets. This is another partnership planning grant up in Murphy's to try to do pedestrian or non-motorized vehicle improvements in and around Highway 49 between the park below Penn Gulch, Highway 4, thank you, Supervisor, in Murphy's, pedestrian improvements. And we feel like this is a good competitive project because we have Caltrans shop projects that are coming in the area. So if we can get some grants and we can add our grant funding to that, we might be able to move this quicker. The San Andreas SR49 Commercial Gateway Corridor, very expensive project. It really talks about a roundabout to try to slow traffic coming into the San Andreas region from the south, and it also is providing access to commercial development on both sides. I don't know how many of you have recently driven up 49 through Plymouth, but there is a very similar roundabout that is nearing completion at E16, which is a county road for Amador and El Dorado counties, at State Route 16 going into Sacramento, and Highway 49 at the northern end of Plymouth. Construction is nearing completion. I think another month or two will do it, but you can see how that's working. But that's similar to the concept of this particular project on the south end of the San Andreas area. And finally, the railroad flat guardrail. This is one that we talked about in the SB1 call for projects. With the loss of all the trees along that corridor and the removal of all those trees and the debris removal program, we have a concern with a safety issue. It's a canyon that's steep. In the wintertime, it tends to be very icy, doesn't see the light of day, so we don't get ice melting off, and we have a creek right below it. So the idea would be to do about 1,400 feet of guardrail to keep the cars on the road. So it's a safety project. It's not overly expensive. And that kind of lets you know how and why Public Works has come up with its ranking. So I'll take questions on this, and thank you for listening.
Chair, just also, Jeff, as you're aware, Poker Flat did contribute $60,000 towards that left turn pocket as well that's been held in escrow.
That's correct.
So it isn't just simply a county project, but there is a public-private partnership going on with this project to get it completed. So I appreciate their willingness to do that so many years ago, and it's a clear understanding of the safety aspect of that if you've ever been down in that area as to what that speed and visibility looks like. So thank you for pushing that forward.
Any other board comments or questions? If not, I'll open it for public comment. Any public comment on this item?
Bill Wilson again. It's a shame we don't have tax money. Shame we don't have a surplus of general funds to fund these projects. We have to go out and get special grants and beg from people to support ourselves. We can't do that here in this county, it seems like. I think all of those projects deserve to be elevated to the funding level. I think they should be funded. I think they should have been funded with tax money from a project that today sunsets. We don't have any more Measure C money coming in anymore, gentlemen. We don't have any more regulation in this county. Oh, hope you can find the money in those dog licenses. Thanks.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Mills,
I second it.
second by Supervisor Garamendi. He was in by Whisker.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead, you
oh,
need
sorry.
one. Go ahead.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi.
Question? Is the motion on the table to adopt the resolution and accept the Public Works prioritization?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, item number 15. This was pulled by Supervisor Oliveira.
So item 14 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt the proposed bylaws template for all citizen boards, committees, and commissions under the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors.
Supervisor Oliveira?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question I have is, this applies as a boilerplate format for the committees that are governed by the Board of Supervisors. Does that include organizations like COG?
No.
Okay. Those are
No, it
separate.
does not. It applies to the boards, the citizen boards, committees, and commissions that the Board of Supervisors makes appointments to. COG, LAFCO, those types of organizations are separate. We assign, or the board assigns members of the board to participate as representatives, but they are a different, separate entity.
All right.
These are just the citizen boards, committees, and commissions. There are 34 of them.
Right. So those entities that are identified by a JAP or JPA,
What the COG and LAFCO or whatever, those, or these that we're talking about?
no, you said 34 committees.
There are 34 committees of which you,
Of which
the
COG
board,
and LAFCO
no,
are part of.
No, not at all. There are 34 committees, citizen boards, committees, and commissions that the Board of Supervisors appoints the members to. That includes the various committees, it includes the CSA advisory committees, it includes cemetery districts, it includes the Fish and Game Commission, et cetera.
So would it be a fair statement to say that those committees that are governed by the Board of Supervisors? Is that a fair statement?
I don't believe so. I believe that they are groups that are appointed by the Board of Supervisors and act in an advisory capacity to the Board of Supervisors.
Advisory only, then. Is that correct?
No, it's not. I
Yes, I'm
guess I
asking
don't
that
understand the question and where we're going. These groups are required to meet under the Brown Act. They're required to, in some cases, file Form 700s. They are an extension or an arm of the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors appoints its members to act in a capacity on their behalf.
That's a great explanation. That one I'll take.
Okay, good.
Thank you. Thank you,
Sure.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Mills.
I actually, I pulled this item as well. Seeing Lutz, I'd like you to look at page 58. This would be Article 2 and number 2, where the question is, if in order to ensure quorum is present, any commissioner is unable to attend a meeting. There are some of those meetings that occur in the early morning, 9:30 or 10 o'clock in the morning. So for them to contact the chair by noon the day of the meeting wouldn't fit.
Okay, so these are drafted by our office, and we could definitely include language that says, or the day prior to the meeting.
I would just, that's all I'm asking for here, is
Sure.
just a clarity to be sure that they're not contacted after the meeting's over.
Sure, and that makes sense. So would that, do you think that inserting or the day prior to the meeting would be sufficient?
Or would it be a certain amount of hours, like 24 hours prior to a meeting kind of thing, be even better? I'm just offering suggestions here to get around this language that's here now.
It's up to the board.
Any other board comments on that?
Madam Clerk, excuse me, Mr. Chair. Madam Clerk, this is a template. So if there's a committee that's got something that they specifically feel they need to put into their bylaws, this gives it flexibility to, within this format, insert something in there, correct?
It does. We have a couple of groups in particular. Most are operating without bylaws at all. And we have a couple of groups that are spending an inordinate amount of time trying to create bylaws and basically recreate the wheel. It's our hope that by giving them a template, and what we would do is we would insert the pertinence that are to them, what their name is, what governing document they have, et cetera, and to assist them in trying to enable them to move on from the recreation of the wheel of bylaws to the other business at hand for these groups.
So this is not the hill to die on for your specific issue. This
It
is
is
a standard
not.
template that we could apply to the 30 other committees.
To the four, exactly.
And the 3 that need special attention, we could go back and insert that stuff.
We would
as
be
move
inserting
on.
this for each one, and then providing it to them. Here's a template. If you have something specific that you feel needs to be included in this, please respond back. We'll work with you to get it in there and to get it approved by the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Oliveira, your light's on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No further comments. Okay, I'll open it up for public comments. Bonnie, you'll have to stay behind the line. He'll come and get it.
Your time has started.
Good morning. In the year 2013, all of these commissions and committees were given a directive to work on their bylaws. The IHSS Advisory Committee has spent the last 5 years researching the legislation that created our committee. We've been comparing with other counties. We've been changing and rechanging. And this whole experiment has been an incredible learning and growing experience. We want to have our bylaws considered rather than this template. And when this directive was given to these committees, maybe this template would have been helpful at that time. So I'm just wondering what the other commissions and committees have been doing in the last 5 years if they haven't been working on their bylaws, and why it got to the point that we now have a template that people are going to be using. Because it's very important to us that our committee's particulars are addressed. You may or may not be aware that this committee, the IHSS committee, was scheduled to be dismantled about 2 or 3 years ago because we were not able to have a quorum and we were not conducting meetings on a regular basis and doing business. So we've modified many, many parts of our original bylaws to include what we think is going to make our committee relevant and effective. So I'm sharing with you our bylaws so you can see what the work that we've done over the past 5 years, and also so that later on today on agenda item something, I will ask you to refer back to this document for clarification. Do y'all have any questions about anything that I could answer? Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any further discussion? If not, I'm open for a motion.
So moved.
Of A motion by Supervisor Mills. I have a second.
I'll second.
A second by Supervisor Oliveira. A call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Madam Chair, item number 16.
Item 16 is from Public Health Services to authorize the board chair to sign agreement number 16-11071 with the California Department of Public Health, resulting in revenue in the amount of $10,631 for the 2-year period of June 1, 2017 through June 30th, 2019, and to approve the associated budget transfer, increasing revenue and expenditure object codes by $10,631, requiring a 4/5 vote.
I have an answer, but I think the community needs to know. This was not explained what the $10,631 is for, and so I would like Kristen to explain what this purchase is meant to provide for our county.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kristen Brinks, Health and Human Services. This particular item is to accept revenue from the California Department of Public Health so that we may purchase naloxone or Narcan nasal spray that our local trained entities such as our substance abuse program staff, local first responders, law enforcement, et cetera, have the ability to administer this to community members who might be suffering from an opioid overdose. The purpose of the grant is to reduce the rate of fatal overdoses from opioids themselves, and this detail was provided in the staff report. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you, Kristen. Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion or discussion.
So moved.
A motion by Supervisor Garamendi.
I'll second it.
Second by Supervisor Clapp. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, item number 22. This was again pulled by Bonnie Newman.
Item number 22 is from the Building Department to authorize the board chair to execute Amendment 4 to an agreement with Bureau Veritas North America Incorporated, increasing the current contract by $85,000 for a period of December 31st, 2017 through June 30th, 2020.
Yes, I just had a real quick question. I'm not sure what the project is that we're talking about, and I just wanted, it wasn't clarified here, and I'd just like to know what the money's being used for.
Good morning, Chair, Board. To answer the question, plan review and inspection services contract is a typical contract building departments use to provide inspections and plan reviews due to resource limitations at our building department. So we use inspectors, we use plan review services. That's what it's used for. Any other questions?
Is that wages?
It's hourly rates that we usually pay, or percentages that we pay out due for revenues that we collect. So it's full cost recovery, so there is no wages out of it. It's user fees used to pay for it. Any other questions? Okay. Any questions?
Any other questions from the board? Any other public comments? If not, I'm looking for a motion.
So moved.
A move by Supervisor Garamendi.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Oliveira. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Pass. And noes? Pass 5-0. I just want to make an announcement. We will be breaking for lunch at 12, from 12 to 1:30. COG, how long is your presentation? 15 minutes? Okay, I'm going to, we're going to finish the next 3 items here, and hopefully we have time. It'll be within the realm to get COG since they're here. before we go to lunch. Okay? Item number 23, Madam Clerk.
Item 23 is from the Building Department to authorize the Board Chair to execute Amendment 2 to an agreement with Four Leaf Incorporated, increasing the current contract by $200,000 for a total of $300,000 from December 31st, 2017 through June 30th, 2020.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much, and sorry for keeping you around all afternoon, Ed, all morning. Ed, I have two questions on this item when I read through it over the weekend. As you're aware from your industry group, there's been issues about moving things quickly through, and I know you've been working very hard to rectify that. So my first question is this extension going to speed up the process of inspections and plan checks? And the second question I've got for you is, can these funds be, you have a certain amount of employees that are employed under urgency ordinance and urgency ordinance for inspections. Is it a good use of funds to use this money for this contractor, or should we begin thinking about transitioning some of those funds into transitioning cannabis code folks into full-time so we build our internal capacity rather than building the external capacity? So it's a question of use of funds and how we're going to transition past or through cannabis and keep some of these skilled people that you've trained up. There's been a lot of effort into bringing these people on board.
That's correct.
I want to find out how we're going to do that.
Well, let me answer the first one and see if I can answer the second one. The first one is yes, this is to provide better services, speed up things. And we have lost a plans examiner, and we had 2 inspectors out, and we have another one out on an extended leave.
Right.
So we're kind of in a quandary where we have to have services right now as we're going out to replace with staff, as we're announcing through HR. So that takes a time to recruit. So we've had successfully recruited one really good inspector here. We got online as soon as we got him on board. Another one went out. So we're constantly battling the resource issues.
It helps you bridge that gap.
To bridge that gap. These contracts are very specific to inspection services. They're not related to cannabis activities. So to answer your second question, we're looking comprehensively at the budget with the CEO and everyone in staff to figure out how much we can absorb, how much we can do to try to maintain those services in the gap, as we don't quite know what's going to happen here today or in June with possible regulation or a vote. But we are trying to figure out a way to do that, try to maintain the staff as much as possible. But that's, if we can get some more staff to hire this, we can lower our contracts amounts, then we can keep more money in. That's the game we have to play to try to keep the resources in-house. But that's still an unknown right now. So.
Okay. I have no problem with this. I just want to make sure that as we look at the budgets, we think about what's going to happen in June and July and how we could use some of that funds to, if we've got talent, retain it.
And as I mentioned to the board earlier, we're also into a fee study to try to kind of bring some fees, because code enforcement didn't have any fees there. So we're looking at that also as an option to bring to the board here soon as a fee study comes in within the next 90 days. So that's also part of the plan too, because the code enforcement didn't have really any fees to compensate for code enforcement officers. So we're also looking at that strategy also.
Thanks.
Any other board questions, comments? If not, public comments.
What is this money going to do in terms of building violations? Are they going to stay right on top of the building violations?
Again, this is specific for building and department, not the code compliance. So as far as code compliance, we are doing our best to keep up with the priorities as far as code compliance. And we have a priority list and working with the supervisors and everybody on that list. So we are doing our best as to going with the most important code compliance would be health and safety, anything with safety issues, anything with environmental problems, anything with something that would create immediate problems, and then we go down a priority list, but we do have a very large list to go down.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Garamendi, Second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Second by Supervisor Olivera. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, item number 24. This was pulled by Supervisor Garamendi.
Item 24 is from the Building Department to approve and sign the First Amendment to the Services Agreement between the Calaveras County Building Department and Matthew L. Brown, adopting the fee, tool, and equipment schedule dated October 2nd, 2017, which is different than Exhibit B listed in the original contract. Total compensation amount of the contract will not be affected.
Thank you very much, Ed. My specific question on this one is, we pay for Mr. Brown's services through urgency ordinance money, through the fees that we collect. We have this contract that's out there. We know that this legislative body is determined to ban. What are we going to do with this contract for eradication of cannabis, illegal cannabis, after the expiration of the urgency ordinance?
Well, this is intended to try to maintain the tools for abatement as we go along, not knowing exactly what's going to happen today or in the future. So we're trying to move forward, maintaining the contract. This is specifically was a contract that was in place, the schedule, to pay the bills that we already, I think we did about $86,000 for abatement. As I mentioned to the board, a lot of it was volunteer abatement. So we did pretty good on costs, about $90,000. Some of that schedule was inadvertently left out when they came to the board before to make the equipment schedule to fit exactly what was happening in the field. So this is just really an update of the schedule to help pay those invoices that were articulating the equipment and the tools that were out there. So it was missing. So again, we want to maintain the contracts for potentially what's going to happen here in the future.
So we can't predict what happens in an election, but this body has deliberated and voted on it already. So the question is, once the urgency ordinance, how are we going to fund the eradication of illegal grows?
Well, we won't have any regulation money. Maybe Tim can answer a little bit more on that. That's still unknown how we can go about that. We won't have.
Can you speak up?
We don't have. I'm sorry, I have a cold. We won't have any regulation money to pay these type of services because this will be paid out of the regulatory type of things. But again, some of it can be used under regular code abatement, which we can transpose that over to code abatement and then maybe use teeter funds, but that's, again, another strategy we would have to look at because we don't want to lower the teeter fund accounts either. Maybe Tim could.
I just want to make sure that Mr. Brown is aware of that as
right.
Mr. Brown is aware of that as well, that
right.
You know, the faucet's turning off here.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Any other board comments? If not, open public comment.
So if I understood that correctly, we're banning without a plan again. We have no funds to enforce the eradication unless we have self-eradication, which we had more of that than we had actual enforced eradication last year. If I'm not mistaken, we had somewhere around 25 to 50 that the sheriff responded to and close to 200 that actually self-eradicated. I wonder how many of the cartel grows that you guys are backing and the illegal grows that you guys are backing with this ban are going to self-eradicate. Or is this deputy over here going to be very busy this summer trying to fight illegal grows without funds? Maybe he'll volunteer to work for less than $24 an hour. I hope you guys have a good time.
Any other public comment?
Mike Falvey, Concerned Citizen, District 2. I guess this is above me, but you're voting on increasing funding for a position. This gentleman is a professional, and he's presents a good issue, a problem. But you're voting on. You voted by increasing this previous item, I think, by $200,000 on his contract, and most of that money is. I mean, is it going to, not eradication, it's going to building codes and compliance. Why are we donating so much money to these individuals that are mostly working on compliance what I see with like permit or code compliance issues with, say, illegal buildings, illegal grows. Are they going to need that extra $200,000 if you're going to ban something? And if they do need it, and you do ban it, where are you going to get it? I'm just a little confused over these three items here. The money given to them, their increases, and where you're going to get it. It's a little hazy to me. Like I said, maybe it's above my pay grade, but it looks kind of funny to me.
Hopefully I can answer that. Basically, I just wanted to clarify for a point of clarity, the fees that are collected for building permit fees, user fees, have a direct nexus to building inspections and plan review. You cannot use that fee for code enforcement in a sense, because that's a separate action. So it would have to come up with another user fee or flat fees that we're going for our fee study to come up with code compliance, and that's going to happen in the next 90 days. Hopefully that clarifies the money issues with user fees.
One time, that's it.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
All right. I'm speaking as a concerned citizen. We eliminate all these buildings being built. We don't need to bring in outside people.
One time. Any other public comments? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Garamendi. We have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Supervisor Clapp. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, item number 25, pulled by Ms. Newman.
Item 25 is from Human Resources to adopt a resolution required by the Department of Justice to give the Human Resources Department access to federal background information.
Judy Hawkins is really mad at me. I made her stay longer, but I had some questions about this because when I read it, I was confused. Some of it's been cleared up, but I believe this is for hiring purposes in the county. And what does the federal background information include? What are they looking for? Are they trying to find how many arrests I've had or what my rap sheet's like, if I have a criminal background? Are they talking about terrorism? When I'm talking about federal background, I'm getting real leery. Are they going to be looking at my personal life, who I contact, who I have alliances with? And is there any money involved in this? Are we talking about DACA? Many questions.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources Director. The IRS had put into place a mandate. So for Publication 1075, it provides guidance to U.S. government agencies regarding the access to federal tax information. And so the change is the mandate to this publication requires that any employees that has access to federal tax information has to go through a federal background check. We currently do a state fingerprinting process for all county employees, but Human Resources does not do a federal fingerprinting background check. And so for us to have access to be able to run that information, the Department of Justice requires a resolution giving us that level of access. Now, a federal fingerprint background will give us all criminal information. Now, what information is used, there has to be a direct nexus to that job. So if a potential hire or an employee that we currently have has been arrested for tax evasion, then we are not going to be able to use them in that position. But if they were arrested for some other form, for
Jaywalking?
jaywalking, then we're not going. That's not a direct nexus. So there does have to be a direct nexus to the job duties for us to be able to use that information. That information is kept within human resources.
So it's another layer to protect the public when somebody's all day doing Social Security numbers and so forth, that at least the person doing that, we've researched their background. They don't have a
Exactly.
history.
And it's just those that are getting into the federal tax information. It's not, we're not doing that level on all employees. Now, there are employees, currently we do that level, law enforcement, probation, DA, but this is for mostly HHSA that it is affecting.
I think one of the other questions she asked that wasn't answered was cost.
It's $35 to do the fingerprinting per employee.
Per employee. Okay. All right. Any other public comment? Seeing no public comment, coming back to the board, looking for a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Oliveira.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, we'll take a couple-minute break for COG to come up and get set up, and then we'll move with COG item number 31. Madam Clerk.
Item 31 is from the Administrative Office to receive a report from the Calaveras Council of Governments and Transit Policy Committee on the potential transition of the transit program from the county to a new provider, authorize the relinquishment of the transit program operated by the Public Works Department, and approve a joint powers agreement between the county, City of Angels Camp, and COG for transit services within the county.
Amber. You're up.
Amber Collins with the Calaveras Council of Governments. I'll actually hand it over to Phil McGuire with McGuire Management Consulting, who we've hired to help facilitate this process, and he'll walk us through the presentation tonight, and then we'll open it up for question and answers.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here to talk about the formation of a new transit agency to assume responsibility for the operation of Calaveras Transit. A couple of words about why I was chosen to participate in this and guide the process. I've worked in the transit industry one way or another for many, many years, and included in that is work related to agency formations over the years. So just a couple of quick comments about that. Back in 2004-05, I was retained to guide the formation of transit service within the city of Elk Grove, and then was retained for a year following to manage that system. In 2007-08, I was also retained by Inyo and Mono counties to facilitate the formation of a joint powers authority there to create a new transit agency for the two counties and two cities in that region. And subsequent to the transition process, was also retained to be the first CEO for that organization for its first year. I was also a part of a study in Fresno County that considered the formation of a JPA there between the city of Fresno and the city of Clovis. And then more recently in Solano County, I was also very involved in the development of their joint powers authority, which resulted in the formation of a new agency combining the services of the city of Vallejo and the city of Benicia. I was also asked to run that operation for its first year, but had a competing situation in San Bernardino County, so I wasn't able to do that. So
Can we hold, Phil, can we hold on for a second? We've got Susie here desperately trying to find the right connection so that people at home can see what we're looking at.
And could we also have you move the mic right in front of you so you're speaking directly into it? Thank you.
Sure.
Are we good? Okay, Phil. Sorry.
Very good. Thank you. So, For a bit of background on why to restructure Calaveras Transit, there have been many issues over the years, outlined some of them on this slide. The transit system performance over the years has generally been declining. Ridership has gone down. Costs have gone up substantially. There have been issues with the timeliness of funding applications, and one of the results of that being the need for the county to fund transit services, at least on a temporary basis, out of the general fund. Not a positive situation. There have been issues with compliance with federal grants having to do with things like the award of a contract to a transit vendor. That process is underway right now, but has to do with, or its implementation has to do with then the availability of federal funds that are going to be used to pay for the cost of that contract. That's much behind schedule. There have been other studies, of course, that have looked at the possibility of an action like this to create a different transit agency structure, to provide more direct management of the operation, and also to achieve cost efficiencies and other efficiencies in the whole overall program. And then one of the important things about the current discussion is the inclusion, really for the first time formally, of the City of Angels Camp in the transit decision process. And so the formation of this Joint Powers Authority as proposed today would accomplish that. And then finally, as I touched on in an earlier bullet, the idea of eliminating the burden and liability to the general fund of the issue of continuing to carry the transit system in the absence of the immediate availability of transit funding. So why is this timing important? There are various compliance issues really pending right now. I touched a bit on in the reasons why to do this in the first place. These issues, the critical issues of compliance, need to be corrected very soon. Otherwise, there is the possibility of losing available funds. A new contract will be before this board in the next month or so for award of a new transit vendor. And this is an ideal time for the transition of that process to a new operating authority. There are details I could get into about the nature of that procurement and the timing and structure, but the point is that that would be transitioned to the new authority during this transition period up to the point of the authority taking full responsibility on July 1. Obviously, the county presumes to end its process of loaning funds to the transit operation. That has off and on amounted to hundreds of thousands of dollars through the course of a year in the face of otherwise available transit funding, which really should be achieved on a more timely basis. There is going to be a transition period necessary in order to affect all the changes that are associated with this. So as I'll talk about in a couple of minutes regarding the schedule for this, the transition period would allow for the transition of that vendor contract to the new authority, and also transition of things like the assets that are associated with transit and various other agreements that are necessary for the operation of a new authority. Let's look at some of the steps that are involved in this. Back in the summer, the city and this board appointed people to a policy group to guide the development of this new Joint Powers Authority. That group has been meeting ever since. The group chose, through the COG, to retain me back at the beginning of November to guide this process and bring my experience to the table in accomplishing the various things necessary to implement a new transit authority. One of the things that the policy group did back actually in November was agree to a list of guiding principles which were put before the group to really provide some structure to the formation of this process. And among those guiding principles were agreement by the participants, which included 2 supervisors, a council person from the City of Angels Camp, the chief executive from the county, the city manager from the city, and the executive director from COG, to agree that the intended form of a new transit agency would be a Joint Powers Authority. and that in doing that, the intent was that that new authority be created and in place by April 1 of this year. And finally, that the new authority assume full responsibility for transit management by July 1 of this year. There were also various other principles included in that list, mostly to do with cooperation among the various agencies that are participating. The policy group guided the formation and development of the JPA agreement that is before you today. It was debated at length in policy group meetings, again with the representation I mentioned, down to actual language on each and every item contained in the JPA agreement draft. Once the policy group agreed on the language in the draft, that draft was sent back to the jurisdictions so that county council here and the city attorney for Angels Camp could have an opportunity to look at that, as well as legal counsel for the COG. All of those opportunities for legal review were completed and incorporated into the draft that you have before you for action today. The policy group then unanimously recommended approval of the JPA agreement and to move forward with the restructuring of the transit agency. Some of the expectations of this process are that a new agency dedicated to transit as a single function would be important, and instead of it being a part of a much broader agenda here within the county, would be governed by its own policy organization and then set up such that it would be operating more efficiently in conjunction with Council of Governments. The idea was to broaden the decision-making process, as I mentioned at the very beginning, to include the city for the first time. So obviously there will be city representation on the new Joint Powers Authority. The new organization is intended to streamline the grant application process and allow for much more timely receipt of funds to get the county out of a situation where it has for quite some time been in a position to loan funds to support the transit operation. And then finally, the last three critical items, it's expected that there will be staff efficiencies associated with this. I'll talk a little bit about the structure of that in a minute. There will be other cost efficiencies as a result of this, partly by just streamlining processes so that there is an opportunity for really timely receipt of all of the range of funds that are available for transit operation here in the county. And lastly, to increase the accountability and transparency of the transit function, again, in part by having its own governing structure. I'll talk for a minute about the relationship of this proposed new JPA to Calaveras COG. Calaveras COG, as I'm sure you know, is also a joint powers authority, and the creation of this new JPA for transit will result in a separate legal organization. It will be a separate JPA. It is not the COG. It would be a new organization. As a result of those discussions I mentioned at the policy group level, the intent is that, and is embodied in the draft JPA agreement you have before you, that the board of directors of the new transit JPA would be the same board as is the board of the COG. And similarly, the officers of the new JPA would be the same as those of the COG, in spite of the fact that they are separate organizations legally. Now, the fact is, around the state, there are a number of joint powers authorities that operate according to that structure for transit purposes. And so there is really nothing new about this. That structure has been tested elsewhere and was deemed here to be the appropriate structure for Calaveras County. The intent then is for the new transit JPA, because of its relationship with the COG, to obtain staff services through an agreement with the COG. And so rather than employing employees directly itself. It will purchase staff services through the COG. Again, I'll talk about this in a minute, but all of the services necessary for the operation of the new JPA will be spread among other positions at the COG. So, for example, Amber, in her position as executive director, will dedicate a portion of her time to serving in that capacity for the transit JPA. And so similar with other of the employees of COG. The intent is for COG to fill an unfilled position for a transit planner, and in that new position also incorporate the necessary skill set to manage transit operations as well. And so that position would be also shared between the new JPA and COG. And, of course, the JPA would ultimately manage the contract with the transit vendor here, which is the largest aspect of overall transit management for the county. Certain milestones that are to be addressed between today and July 1. Obviously, the expectation is that the JPA would be adopted by this Board of Supervisors today. The item is before the City Council in Angels Camp a week from today for consideration as the same for adoption there. If both bodies adopt it, the JPA will be formed. The expectation is that it will be formed legally and in place by April 1, and that by July 1, or I'm sorry, I'll say in the period between April 1 and July 1, there will be this 90-day transition to allow for the assignment of contracts, the transfer of assets, and various other details associated with the transition process. And then that by July 1, the organization will be up and fully functional with full responsibility to manage the transit system. Just a quick rundown on some of the transition tasks, and there was a transition plan included in your board packet today, so there is substantial detail there. But the kinds of things that have to happen in order to make this work and to, again, get all of the aspects in place for the JPA to actually run the transit system include the assignment of the vendor contract to the new authority by July 1, a transfer of assets from the county to the JPA, most of those assets being in the form of the revenue equipment that operates the transit system. The coordination of funding between agencies. There are agreements for management of grants and so on that will also be transitioned during the period of April through July, or to July. The intent is that next year's budget, beginning July 1, for the new transit agency will not only be its first, but be full responsibility of the JPA. So it will not any longer be a county responsibility to prepare the budget and to submit claims for funds, but effective July 1, that will all become part of the responsibility of the new JPA. The intent also is that there be an agreement between the new JPA and the county auditor treasurer for accounting services. Again, this is very similar to the way the structure exists today with the COG. And there will be, I should say too, many similarities even in the structure of the accounting system between COG and the new JPA that will be facilitated by an agreement like that with the counties. There's much familiarity there already. With the formation of the new agency, there will be an opportunity to re-examine the whole issue of service deployment in the county and hopefully brings perhaps a new level of creativity to the formation of services, to introducing new concepts and ideas that might then ultimately be implemented by the JPA. And then going forward, the planning process and all consideration of policy issues in order to ensure compliance will be the responsibility of the JPA. So that concludes an overview of how we got here today. Again, it's been a fairly intensive process. There's been a range of participation in this, and the hope is that you would agree to the establishment of this new Joint Powers Transit Authority today. So I'll take questions.
Any board questions?
Mr. Chair, I have several. Are we going to
Sure, go ahead.
break for lunch first, or
Oh, go
continue
ahead and
afterwards?
ask your question.
Okay. In your presentation, sir, you mentioned compliance issues. I'm not going to take the time of the board meeting here to go through all of those. Can you give me 2 or 3 of the most important ones or more severe ones that you're aware of?
I will, and perhaps Amber might have other thoughts to offer on this as well. One of the compliance issues that is pending is that I mentioned associated with the vendor contract. And the county was actually put in a position by Caltrans, who is responsible for reviewing that process, to move forward with a vendor procurement, even though the desire was to simply extend the existing contract for a bit longer in order to allow for a more thorough vendor selection process. And it was clear from Caltrans that they were not willing to allow that the county was sufficiently out of compliance that if the vendor procurement process, which is now underway, wasn't pushed forward and completed, then the county faced the loss of federal 5311 funds that are associated with payment for that contract. So that's happening on a rather hurry-up basis right now, and that's one major example where there are $245,000 or so at risk because of that. That's a major example. Another example of the financial issues that are really pending right now would include the fact that we're 8 months into the fiscal year and a TDA claim has not yet been processed between the county and COG for the availability of local transportation funds to support transit. And so what's happening in the meantime is the county is providing the funding to support the transit system until that action and others of a similar nature can be accomplished and the funding made available. These kinds of things are serious matters and are resulting in really the county being in a position to have to commit funds in order to continue the operation of the transit service. Does that help?
That helps a lot. Mr. Krobus, could I speak? Could you approach the podium for me, please? Mr. Krobus, is that accurate?
I would say the timing on it is accurate. There's not a lot of discussion on causation or results, but yeah, that's how it's been. That is how transit has been operating for the last several years.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other board comments?
I'm not done, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
So, in summation on your presentation, it looks like the county hasn't done a very good job, and transit's losing money. Is that a given? How is Angels Camp going to be able to improve that? Do you have any ideas or a concept of what can be done or what's been done wrong we can do right?
I guess the way I would answer that isn't so much what Angels Camp is going to be able to do to improve the situation, but for the first time, Angels Camp is going to be able to be at the table to make transit decisions. There certainly is transit service provided within the city. The city has an interest in transit service, and the way the structure exists right now, they have no real formal say in what happens with service deployment or other issues. So again, in JPAs, some of those I've been involved in the formation of, this very issue has come up where a jurisdiction is served by a transit operation, but really is not represented in the decision process associated with it. A new JPA will rectify that.
Is there any difference in the cost of the old and new JPAs? And that's kind of a vague question. What is the benefit of a new JPA financially?
The way we're approaching the budget process on this at the moment is to say that as we put the budget together, we're not necessarily looking for major cost savings right off the bat. I think there, in fact, will be cost savings. I referenced this in some of the bullet points with staff efficiencies and so on. And there are certain overhead charge issues that are associated with the county, which will go away under the new Joint Powers Authority. The idea will be for the new authority to begin to look for cost efficiencies beyond those associated with staff and other cost considerations rather soon. And of course, one of the biggest items, and if I can give slight context in dollar amounts, the budget for transit is $1.1 million or so for the year, and about pushing 900,000 of that will be in the form of the vendor contract. And so I think as the new vendor contract is carefully scrutinized through its first year, there will be an opportunity to look for savings associated with that as well.
So as I understand this, should this JPA come to light here, and we have a board of directors actually serving for two different entities, but the same individuals, that Angels Camp will take on the financial responsibility, day-to-day expenses that the county has taken on in the past. Is that correct?
Not really. The financial responsibility will be that of the new JPA. I mean, it will be a legal authority with full financial responsibility, full liability, and so all of that will be put in place during the transition period and effective July 1. And so the City of Angels will be a participant in the Joint Powers Authority agreement. Their TDA money contributes to the support of the operation, but otherwise they won't have any more direct responsibility for this than either entity will separately at that point, if that makes sense. The city and the county will no longer be directly responsible for financial management and so on. It will be the new authority that will take on that responsibility.
Okay.
Legally.
So if there's a deficit, who pays that deficit? County and city?
I guess I'll answer that two ways.
Okay.
I mean,
I'll wait.
one, I think that it will be easier under the auspices of a new transit authority to manage the financial process and the receipt of grants and so on. And I would say, given that, the likelihood of getting into a situation where there is a deficit that is unplanned is unlikely. However, if that were the case, then I believe that the relationship between the new JPA and COG is where one would go to look for the solution to that problem. And that has to do with the whole issue of availability of TDA or other funds that the COG is in a position, I think, to better manage.
So if that does occur, and we exhaust all those other possibilities, who pays the check? Is it the city and county, or just the city, or just the county? After the JPA has exhausted all other options.
Who's on the hook?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, that's part of the budgeting process and making sure you have a reserve for your operating for a few months out in order to pay the operations contractor. But part of it is really tracking your revenues, your state and federal revenues that come in to fund transit, and making sure that you're receiving those revenues when you need them. And if you don't, then I think you come and you start addressing budget issues at that time when it does happen. So you don't incur the costs without knowing that you have the revenues to cover those costs.
It would any cost, additional cost, would certainly come before this board and come before the city council before anything is done.
But the JPA, I'm sorry.
So,
go ahead.
But the JPA doesn't stipulate who's responsible. Any partnership says who's responsible for what. That's why, marriages, in many ways, are contracts too. How we divide the baby here. What is, to answer Supervisor Oliveira's question, who's on the hook in this partnership, to what degree, each partner?
I think the JPA will be its own legal separate entity, so they will be responsible for any financial burdens themselves. So if some dramatic event happened and the JPA wasn't able to pay their bills, they would just stop service. Essentially at that point, unless, they could come and approach the city council and board of supervisors, and if it's an extreme situation, they have to request funding, then it's the board, the county and city's decision whether or not they want to continue those services. So it's not, the situation you're in currently, The general fund is, floating the transit system when they don't receive revenues.
So
it'll be a conscious.
the city conceptually could say, hey, you know what? We've got this JPA, we don't have enough money, we don't have any resources to pay it, we're going home. Who's ultimately on the hook? We are, right?
No, I think, the JPA itself is on the hook.
Can I chime in? Has no liability? Can I chime in a second, please?
Hang on one second. It's no different than the COG JPA. If COG doesn't have funds, we're not on the hook for it. They're a separate legal entity in their own. It's not the city or the county that's responsible for it. Right now, the county has taken on the transit system, and so that's why we're paying every year, because not being kept up with timely turning in for the funds, we're floating up to $500,000-$600,000 every year, not only during the whole year, but even after the fiscal year, until those funds come in. We're trying to create an entity here that stays on top of that and timely files, much like COG does for transit funds.
Well,
So it's no different than any other JPA that we belong to. It doesn't mean that we're responsible for it. They're legal separate entities.
Does the county have a legal responsibility? I'm sorry.
Go right ahead. Anyway, and we had this coming from the board. Tim worked on it with Area 12. Area 12 has its own funding. And almost there was going to be a delay in them getting funds that they knew they were going to get, but it's too late. And then we went to all our counties and we said, can you loan us the money until X, Y, and Z happens? And I think that was in June, Tim, when that happened. And it came from the board here, and it was, the Area 12 was on the hook. They asked us if we could help them by giving them a short-term loan, and I think we did do that. But Area 12's on their own. I mean, we don't fund them. They get their own funding from other sources. We give them money at times. They'll come in front of the board and ask, can we have X, Y, and Z? But it's our decision if we give it to them.
I understand what you're saying. I think I'm speaking about something just a little bit different. Is there a legal obligation for this county to provide transit services?
There's particular funding sources
There's a
that
legal-
are dedicated to transit.
Yes.
So from the region's perspective, if you don't have transit services, then you don't receive those dedicated funds.
You said yes. She
Well,
said yes.
I mean,
Bob.
that gets to be a complicated answer.
Well, my
because-
question pertains to if, obviously I understand the JPA and I understand a separate legal entity. I'm just trying to figure out who's ultimately on the hook. If the county has a legal obligation to provide services like this and the JPA can't do it, does it eventually come back to us anyway?
It isn't really the county that has the obligation
Okay.
to do this. In rural counties like this, the Regional Transportation Planning Agency, which is COG, receives funding, TDA funding, from the state. It's collected locally. There is a requirement associated with that for the provision of transit services if there are unmet transit needs. This is where this gets a little complicated. There are always going to be, every county in California has transit service paid for by that funding source. Now, that funding source in places like here, and most places around California, is augmented by things like the federal 5311 that I mentioned, or in urban areas, really much different funding structure. But there is an obligation, really, because there are needs for transit service, to provide those. And the main funding source for that is TDA. And that is where, with TDA, you get all of the obligations, you get the legal requirements to meet unmet need obligations and so on to provide transit service. So how it's provided is really up to the RTPA to decide.
Correct.
And they can award they can establish the county as the transit provider.
Mm-hmm.
They can support the formation of a JPA as the transit provider. There are various service delivery options. But I would say in a county like Calaveras, the most common form is a JPA.
Okay, we're going to break right now for lunch. It's 12:15. We'll Zoom when we get back from lunch. We'll be in recess to 1:45. have any more questions if you want to?
I do, Mr. Chair, just one quick question.
Okay.
Sir, in your presentation, you mentioned new ideas and new concepts. Could you give us a couple of examples of those?
Well, I'm involved at the moment in other counties where there are innovative ideas being explored.
You need to
Your
speak into the
microphone,
mic,
sir.
Bill.
You may want to turn it on, the button on the bottom there.
It's on.
It's on.
Okay.
We good?
You're good.
All right. So I am involved in other types of transit programs in other counties that include, I've used the word creative approaches to service delivery. And that is a situation in particular where it isn't even a rural county like Calaveras. So there is more money available, there's more infrastructure available, and so on. And even there, the nature of the needs is, in that respect, much like Calaveras, where even non-traditional transit delivery options are really being seriously explored. I mean, substantial volunteer programs that actually pick people up and help them in and out of doctor appointments and things like that, where the people in the greatest need are getting very specialized services. And special programs for veterans, van services for veterans to provide access to VA facilities and that sort of thing are being tailor-built in some of these other places because that is very specifically the need in that area. I haven't had a chance here to really seriously explore all of those kinds of needs yet. I think it's going to be part of the early activity of the new JPA Transit Authority. But those are the kinds of things that I think where I have been involved in transit my whole career and have seen rural situations like this. It isn't always your standard traditional bus service that's the obvious answer.
In your experience in the other transit districts, what's a fare box return rate?
I will say that I'm even involved in another county right now where fare box is a big issue, and it's a struggle making the minimum. And, you know, the minimums can vary depending on your historical situation. But if, say, the minimum for a fixed route transit system is 20%, very difficult for some jurisdictions to make that. And so they're looking at creative things. I mean, literally, I do work right now in Stanislaus County. There is serious consideration underway right now, and probably will be a consultant study started in the next month or so to look at consolidating all of the systems there. There are 4, specifically to address the fare box issue.
What's their fare box issue?
Well, it varies among the 4 operators. So
Can you
the
give me
city
an
of
average?
Modesto-
Can you give me an average?
The city of Modesto is several points above the minimum. Stanislaus County barely makes the minimum, and 2 other jurisdictions are on basically probation right now. There are provisions in TDA to allow for that where you get a short-term exemption. And they've gone to very creative lengths to redefine their services to justify a temporary exemption so they can get around the application of the fare box limit. So, and that's happening elsewhere in the state too. I mean, there are situations around the state like this where fare box is just very difficult to meet.
So, having said that, you would say, would it be a fair statement to say that Calaveras County is not the only county experiencing these problems in transit? Would that be a fair statement?
Certainly as it relates to fare box. That's
Okay.
a very
Let's talk
very
about fare
accurate
box.
statement. Yes.
Historically, it's my understanding that the fare box rate, or the ability to make that, has not been very successful in Calaveras County until recently. I understand we're above our 10% standard, and that's in the last recent 30 to 45 to maybe 60 days. Are you aware of that?
I've heard this.
Okay.
COG staff may be more aware of it than I am. I guess I would be cautious about taking a 60-day period as representing the year. You know, I mean, fare boxing would be based on a year total, and that's one of those things you can monitor as you go. But historically, it has been a problem here.
Having said that, if we come back to the original question of our new ideas and concepts, and I understand you haven't had a chance to study Calaveras County closely. You're a very busy man. Is there anything off the top of the head that would kind of bolster my opinion of how to go, how to agree with this concept of having transit go over to COG? Excite me. Tell me what we haven't done that's going to make this program at least take that first step in that journey.
I think what has happened and now will hopefully change under a new JPA is transit here, in my experience, because I have done some other work in the county, even though it hasn't involved thorough analysis of the service deployment, so I'm familiar with Calaveras County. Transit here is obviously part of a very big public works department, you know, with lots of responsibilities and lots of projects and lots of different reasons to direct attention elsewhere. And whether that is the direct contributor or not, the fact is that transit has struggled here. As I mentioned at the very outset, ridership has been declining. Costs have been increasing. Cost per passenger, very high. Cost per hour, cost on the basis of almost any measure here, very high. And I think that with the new JPA, you have an opportunity here to sort of start with a fresh look, with a fresh perspective, a fresh group of staff, to look at this and see about the possibility to introduce new service options, to re-examine the vendor contract, which I've referenced several times today. There are things that can be done right now, I think, that are available because you're at this pivotal point where the vendor contract is changing, you're facing pretty serious financial issues right now. This is a good time to take a fresh look at this. And I would also say, and reiterating a point I made earlier, that the idea of having a dedicated policy board specific to transit issues, I think, is a step in that direction. And obviously, in doing that, it will include the city. And certainly I have been involved in discussions about the fact that the city expects greater representation in transit decision-making. This is that opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Garamendi, your light's on.
Thank you very much. First off, I want to thank the ad hoc committee for their work on one hand. On the other hand, on the 29th, we said we were going to discuss various options. We're talking about a project that's ready to go. I'm not opposed to this project, just would have been good to have more conversations, but we're here. My primary question is, I represent District 2, which goes up through West Point. It is an area that will never make the fare box because it's very expensive to get up there. Some of these routes are very important to our community. The big loop, as well as the West Point bus after school, that allows kids to play sports at the high school and then get back home because the school can't afford to run that evening bus. So we have a new partner on board with, as Angels was here earlier, a new partner on board. I want some assurance that we are going to serve the most needy places and who need this transportation the most, and make sure that we have proper outreach, that people know what the bus schedules are or ride options or whatever creative solution we come up to meet the needs. I want some commitment that we're not going to chase the mighty dollar and avoid and not take care of the people in our community who need this route. So stuff like, I don't want a trolley in Angels Camp bumping the evening bus for kids from the high school. So what kind of insurances will I have for our community that services will continue?
The principal assurance for that is going to come from the new JPA board, which is going to include representatives of this board and the city. And I would say, in part to your point about service in your district, which I have heard some discussion of, that in my experience with rural or very small urban transit systems, probably the single principal ridership group is students. You know, that becomes one of the big things. And even though under federal rules you can't use federal funds to run a school transit system, jurisdictions like even here often structure their transit systems to meet the needs of the community, often which relate to students. And that means not necessarily running a bus right up to the front door of the school, but providing service in the vicinity of the school, time for the schools, time for student activities and things like that, that actually provide a meaningful service to that critical population that doesn't drive.
I would certainly, well, like I said, I'm not opposed to this idea. I just want to be very clear on the record that if there's a reduction of services that hurts the community that I represent, I will fight this and to the bone. If you come up with better ways to do things, that's one thing. But if there's any discussion about not providing service to this part of the county, we will take it up in both COG and this JPA and in this board.
I would expect that. And again, in fact, there have been specific discussions about your district and things that should happen there.
Thank you.
And if I can just note on that as well, right now the COG goes through an unmet transit needs process every single year. And with the new JPA, then that JPA would be directly accountable for implementing a lot of those findings and coordinating with, nonprofit agencies that might better serve areas like that. So they'll have the ability to come up with some innovative solutions and actual real coordination agreements, partnerships with other agencies to serve hard-to-reach areas.
Let's make sure we're all on the same page before any of that comes out or happens.
Yeah, and I also want to extend, and I can work with your county CAO in terms of reports and whatever this board might want to see out of the Transit JPA on an annual or semi-annual basis, so you're very full aware of what's happening with transit.
Supervisor Mills.
I think that we had talked about this before, but the needs assessment survey that was done previously can be a good foundation for being sure that we have those private providers engaged and involved in the overall success of whatever we're trying to do. That it doesn't have to be strictly from the JPA and the transit side that we're going to provide, but to see this in a larger perspective as we go forward. So if it's a case of building the best system into West Point, it might not be a full-size bus. It might be a smaller vehicle. There's different ways that this could morph. So, but if we don't talk to the other providers in the area and know what they're able to do, suddenly we're passing each other on the same road, and both of us are losing money doing it. So that's the goal, is to ensure that we all have a voice in this conversation and can be able to use the dollars that are available to the best available way, rather than just throw it out there and say, we're going to do it our way and that's it, and not consider the rest of the providers.
And like I was saying, I'm not opposed to any new innovations or new ideas. Just we have certain minimums that we need to meet. We have to work with the community and make sure we communicate. People are spread out. It's difficult. Let's just make sure we work closely together. The only thing that really blows this whole thing up from my point of view is if there's not communication, and I'm putting it upon your organization, the JPA, to communicate with us. I don't want to have to go hunt down and suddenly find out that a route's been cut in District 2. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Oliveira.
One quick comment. In our new JPA, should this occur, is there any means, any formal means of reporting back to the county on how the transit system is doing, other than our two board members that sit, which I sit also as an alternate? Is there a way to make a presentation to the board on a quarterly basis, if you will? Would that
Probably
be somewhere
as
in the,
often as you would want, actually.
I think quarterly might be good unless we have a devastating occurrence.
One of the things we'll be looking at in the transition period is the whole issue of the reporting mechanisms that are currently used, how data is gathered, how it's summarized, and how it's reported to folks like you and others who want to know on a continuing basis how things are going. And some of this could be as simple as a single-page statistical report you might get. In addition to that, as Amber has suggested, it could be a quarterly or semi-annual official report to the board. I mentioned in one of the slides the issue of transparency. That's really, I probably glossed over it quicker than I should have. But the fact is, the intent of this is to provide far more information than you might normally be used to, and really timely information. And there's no reason it shouldn't happen. The contractor is under obligation in its contract to provide data back to now the county and soon the JPA on a very timely basis, and there's no reason that isn't turned around and provided to you and to the city and anyone else who's interested. So I guess the simple point is it can be as often as you'd like. You certainly have the right to request, and you will have representation, obviously, on that board. And I don't think there would be any difficulty giving routine reports to the board.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I will open it up for public comment.
Susan Morris, Angels Camp. I'm going to request that you not relinquish your authority to a separate board. And the reason I'm requesting that is because this board is unelected. The people elected each one of you as representatives, and when you turn over you're turning over your authority to an unelected board. And I came from the Bay Area, and it's well known what's happened because we didn't realize that when we lived there, that happened often with various boards. The COG, I forget what they called it down there now since I've moved, but it ends up, you've relinquished your authority. So if you listen carefully, I think they tell you, and that's our concern. That's my concern. I don't want the board to relinquish their authority to any other group that is then going to be able to make regulations that you should be making. And I'm not sure, I know that you're concerned about money, you're concerned about funding, you're concerned about these things, but I haven't heard anybody say that you're not relinquishing your authority to an unelected board. Now, you say, well, there's a couple of us that are going to be on here appointed, but we didn't elect you to go on COG. We elected you to be Board of Supervisors to make county decisions. Does that make sense? And it's a big concern to me because we don't have any say in that other group anymore. When you turn that over and you relinquish that authority, the people are left out. And you'll say, well, not really, but yes, really. When you talk about ridership with transportation, the Bay Area, the 9 Bay Area counties, they're kind of the poster child for all this stuff that's happening. And if you look at their buses, they got the longest buses, especially in the San Jose area you've ever seen. And guess what? They're empty too. The ridership is low. Anyway, that's just something I'd like to add.
Mr. Segala, end of the line, please.
Al, you could have went before me. I wouldn't have complained. To follow up with what Ms. Morris was just saying, we're adding another layer of bureaucracy. More people doing more things, so there could be added cost with that. Also, I'm curious, not sure if I heard it earlier, is this going to be an additional cost coming out of Public Works moving forward, like 5% of their budget or anything like that? Will it be transferred over? Will that be lost from here, going to the JPA for the buses, so on and so forth? Hearing from a few of the supervisors earlier, they're worried about like the total cost, and if it goes over that, who's held responsible for it? And you somewhat address that, but the initial cost, will there be anything transferred out of anything that would be general fund moved over to that when you start this maneuver over to the JPA and COG taking control of the route? Those are my questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, board, thank you very much. Gregory Gustafson. I come off 4 years on the school board, Mr. Garamendi, and one of your district issues is always upon for the school district to shuffle around was, can we send a bus up there or cut a route or the time schedule and everything else, and it was almost abusive. Of course, I voted to keep your schools open up there as well because that's a needed community. They don't need to be shuffled around or be pawned around. And as far as buses, they He said, well, gee, if we cut 2 routes, we can save the cost of 2 buses. Well, we were under contract to replace buses, and they made the deadline, but they got government grants in order to do that. But the biggest concern was that late bus for the school. A lot of those kids couldn't make it up there, and for a while I talked to the gal that was with the transit. About 7 years ago, I think I remodeled their break room or something like that. So at that time, they said, well, there's no way you can really join the two for the same reason. You can have a bus stop outside of a school or some other reason like that. But if you could do anything, those kids are hurt the most. Those kids don't have the parents running back and forth to Costco and so forth and so on. They need help getting back and forth to that area. So if you can help them, that'd be great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Al Segala, Taxpayer Association, and a very good presentation, though I forgot most of it because we went to lunch. One of the things that the taxpayer is concerned about is, bottom line, what's the cost going to be? And we would like to have the most advanced, innovative system going that provides inexpensive transportation, especially to the areas out of the way. And it could be that this may not be a creation of government. We're at the age of an internet revolution right now. They actually have people that drive other people around. They have a credit card. They have, on the internet, they, I think one of them is Uber, and I think there's another one or two. And I'm just wondering if this driver, instead of driving a little car, was driving a 9-passenger van, maybe, if the problems would start to be resolved without bureaucracy and without government. I know it's hard to picture that, but we're talking about recreating a GPA, which is to be run by COG. We have experience with COG. We know how they manage things. And is that a good experience? Can we expect the same pattern of management that we had before to continue? And also the question about loss of accountability and responsibility to the taxpayer. I don't think the taxpayer would have any hope of influence on with a COG or a government organization that's removed from the Board of Supervisors. We even have very little with the Board of Supervisors. And so I think that I don't know if there's professional people that can look beyond the government process of providing services. If they are, perhaps you need to get a report or a study to see what's out there besides bureaucracy. Thank you.
Bill Wilson, District 1. Following up on Al's comment, heard the other night on the news, Sacramento started a program where you have an app and you can actually call for public transportation if you're mobilely challenged, I'll say. And they can actually come out and they pick you up. The gentleman that they had on TV said that the bus was there in less than 10 minutes. He couldn't even get an Uber driver out there in that time frame. He couldn't get paratransit out there. In fact, that's one of the reasons he used the app. He loaded the app and had a transportation before paratransit could come and get him. One of the other things I think, does this service neighborhoods? What are neighborhoods in Calaveras County? West Point, Railroad Flat. Some people say Circle 20 is a neighborhood. We call it a ranch, but there's no bus service out that way. I don't think anything goes down Pool Station. How do we get somewhere? I mean, there's going to be a time when I can't drive. What am I supposed to do? Get in my wheelchair and roll down the hill and hopefully get to some bus down Pool Station somewhere? I don't know. We don't have transportation out there unless you have your own transportation. or you have a neighbor that has transportation and you can get to them. Then you have to walk at least half a mile to get to that neighbor. I don't know. Rural transportation is always going to be a problem. Kids getting home from high school, we have a bus, but it comes to the gate at the ranch. It doesn't come into the ranch and take kids up to their house. That's what's a neighborhood. Neighborhood's like over here behind the school or around the school. Anyway, gentlemen, you're going to do what you do. And that's probably not what anybody out in this audience wants. Thank you.
George Fry. I'm a stout supporter of education. Had the opportunity to serve on the Vallecito Union School District and be their chair for 2 years in a row. The only time we had a crowd of people at the school board meeting is when we talked about cutting aids on the playground or cutting routes. I was never in favor of cutting routes, even though there's no mandate in the ed code to require buses for school districts. I also served on the countywide Office of Education, and I think it's really important that we have this proposed JPA. Susan Moore said that there wasn't going to be any supervisor, there wasn't going to be any people that were voted to serve on it. I don't believe that's true. There's going to be 2 city officials and 2 board officials, and there's going to be 3 public officials. So it kind of looks like to me that the 4 voted officials will have the upper hand. Thank you.
Sitting over listening, so I just wanted to come over and chime in real quick. One of the main issues that we're running into is just an administrative issue. And it really comes down to year over year, we're having to come back before the Board of Supervisors, and we're going to have to ask for a loan. Today, right now, the transit fund is sitting with $500,000 negative cash. They have received to date $71,000 of revenue. This is from July 1st. The issue, and someone had mentioned it earlier, I think the issue is it just doesn't get the level of oversight from an administrative perspective that it needs in order to do timely claiming, in order to do the reporting in a timely manner. And so we're looking for some way to help us with that, because I think as we continue to go forward, we're potentially leaving money on the table. We are going to continue to have to come back to the Board of Supervisors for loans. As of today, there's still over $15,000 that has not been paid back to the general fund from last fiscal year. This is just a continuous issue that we're experiencing every single year. I understand, the other side of it is you want to try to protect your routes and kind of that operational component. But the other piece of it is part of operations is managing the finances. And it's just not getting that critical attention that it needs. And so as we continue to go down this road, I think that we're risking the entire program because it's just not getting that type of administrative oversight that it needs. If you want to continue to loan the transit fund money every year, that's your prerogative, and you can certainly do that. It's just, I don't think that was the intent of transit operations, and I don't think that that's money worth spending. They're basically earning negative interest every month or every quarter because they're having to borrow money internally. And so how are they going to continue to pay for that? So it's just, we're kind of we're kind of at a crossroads here, and we're trying to figure out how do we continue to run the system, get the oversight and the management that it needs, and meet the needs of the public. But I just wanted to chime in from kind of a fiscal standpoint. We have a problem, and we need to figure out some mechanism of making this work. Any questions for me?
Yes, I do have a question. I was waiting for the chair to acknowledge. I'm sorry. You said borrow money internally, which means that because they're not submitting the billing and receiving the money in a timely manner, that they're using the money from within the Public Works budget. And where is the money coming from?
From the general fund.
It's coming directly from the general fund.
Yes.
And each one of these, so we're paying the bills to transit
Yes.
as they're being submitted, but it's
Yes.
coming directly from the general fund. I'm wondering why the board hasn't been, each time you're doing this, the board hasn't been told, I'm taking this money out of the general fund, ladies and gentlemen, you need to prove it. You need to show us that you agree.
From a budget perspective, they have budget appropriations. So they are fully within their authority to expend the monies because they have the budgeted appropriations. The issue is that the revenue claims are not happening in a timely manner. And it could be because the submission is out of compliance with TDA. It could be that last year what they had said is trying to get the federal claims, the forms or the system had changed, and so they couldn't get them done in a timely manner. So there could be a plethora of reasons why the claims are not either being prepared on a timely basis or are not, or being rejected or not being approved. But they have the budget authority right now to operate, just like the general fund does. And there are times in the year that the general fund is negative cash because we're waiting for tax revenue to post. We're waiting for, whatever it is. But we still have the budget authority. We work very closely with the administrative office to kind of say, if we see a problem, and I have reached out to administration and Public Works to just remind them, hey, don't forget, you're getting $500,000 upside down. We need to get this kind of wrapped up because it seems like it's deja vu happening again. So if it comes to the point where we do not believe we're actually going to see that revenue come to fruition by June 30th, then I am here, and I have been here, and we have discussed this. But in the course of operations, if I know that there is, and this is some of the benefit of having COG in our treasury as well, I know that there is local transportation funding there, but it has to be claimed. I know that there is STA funding, but it has to be claimed. I know through research that there are federal funds, but they have to be claimed. So it's just a matter of trying to work with staff to say, where are we in the process? Is this going to happen by June 30th, or if it isn't? And if it's not, then I'm absolutely coordinating with administration to say, we're going to have to go back to the board.
So your explanation really broadened the whole concept of what's going on, and I just want everybody to understand, I didn't ask you this question in advance. You didn't know I was going to do this.
No.
But the point is that it helps to bring some better clarity to the overall fiscal situation that we're right in the middle of year over year.
Yes. And so, and this kind of folds into why it's very important for us to have contingencies and to have reserves and to have monies that we can internally borrow against, because we do have dry period funding issues across all funds. But in this particular case, it seems like it's a habitual issue and it doesn't clean itself up by June 30th, which is why we continue to come back to the board and ask for a loan.
You recall that there was a supervisor sitting in my chair years ago that wanted to shut down transit completely.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's sitting over here.
I think he was there, actually.
And he's from the city of Angels. Thank you,
Okay,
Rebecca.
thank you.
Any other public comment?
Mr.
Excuse me, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Chair.
Ms. Callen,
Ms. Callen, I have a question.
Mr. Oliveira.
Hi, thank you for coming over. You mentioned loans made to transit by the county. If the decision is to form the new JPAs, how are we going to arrange payback to those loans to the county? Or is there a method for that?
So
Is there a transfer of assets and liabilities?
Well, the $15,000 is going to need to be paid back to the general fund, period. And I'm not entirely sure where that money is coming from. So that is a discussion that we'll have to kind of weed through all of this and figure out where does the $15,000 come from. Historically, if I go back as far as transit has been with the county and that we've had a financial system tracking transit activity, our revenues and our expenditures have always lined up. It's only been in the last 5 years that we've really had a problem. We've really had a struggle. And so it just gets worse and worse and worse. It's, 1 year it's, 100,000, and the next year it's 200,000, and then it's 3, then it's 5. So it just is progressively getting worse. But historically, prior to 5 years, the claims would be lined up with the expenditures. Everything would happen, in a timely manner. So there never was this issue. It's just, like I said, been in the last 5 years. So the comments earlier about, well, what happens if you're running in a deficit? Historically, transit hasn't ran in a deficit because the budget is based upon the allocable LTF, local transportation funding dollars, the quarter percent. It's on the STA. We know what those revenues are supposed to be. We know what the federal funding is going to be. And so they're putting a budget together based on known revenues that are already out there. Now, if there is an issue with LTF, because LTF is sales tax based, but I communicate that with the COG, and I let them know, hey, we're projecting lower than what we had originally issued as an estimate in February. So we're probably going to have to, talk about that. There's either going to be, some change in the budget scheme, or, you're going to have to look at your reserve picture or whatever it is. But it's not extremely volatile revenue, so they generally know what they kind of are backing into what their budget can be based on pretty well-known and established revenue sources. So I don't generally see that there would be a deficit issue because luckily the bulk of the funding is not based on ridership. We're not making money on transit. So the bulk of the revenue is coming from the local transportation funding, the STA, and the federal funds. So it truly is an administrative issue. It's truly just not lining up.
Now, one more quick question. Has all the loans been granted to transit from the county? Have they been paid back after receiving that funding?
I'm still sitting with $15,000 owed to the general fund as of today.
Okay, so there's a deficit of 13 grand.
15.
15 grand, okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you,
So
ma'am.
the deficit's $500,000, but what's owed to the general fund right now is $15,000.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Other public comments?
Russ Thomas again. I apologize for frequently saying back in the old days when I was sitting up there, but how many of you ever rode the public transportation system? Okay, back when we were meeting 4 times a month, which I think you ought to reconsider that, but I used to ride the bus from Copperopolis to the county center here and attend the meetings and go home on the late bus, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the interaction with the students that were riding back home from football practice and stuff. And I was also on the COG at that time, so I felt like I was putting some skin in the game. But we always had the idea that as long as you mentioned fare box revenue, 10% is what we were expected to put back in. And it was always going to be 90% funded by other sources. But I think that this particular proposal is presenting some pretty exciting opportunities. I think that with the renewed enthusiasm by the City of Angels about expanding their presence in the county and their economic opportunities, I think that we have a kind of a fresh attitude with the health district here. I'm thinking that if I was still on the COG, I would be looking at a voucher system where the hospitals and the health clinics around would be, they would allocate a portion of their budget that they could present their patients with a voucher system that would somehow pay back into this fare box revenue. But anyway, we just need to recognize, like Ms. Cowan said, that the existing system is not working. Continuing with the existing system is not a good bet. So I would encourage you to look for the opportunities presented in this proposal. Thank you.
Vicki Reinke, Angels Camp. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what was already said, but I did want to make one more reminder that I've sat in here, this room before when transit's being discussed, and every single time there's a problem with ridership, and it's probably the nature of the beast, and why do we spend the money that way? So I'm hearing some ideas that make sense, possibly. But remember, again, when we're giving up everything to an agency, and it looks like maybe they run mostly on grants from the federal and the state. No, federal funding?
No.
Okay, what is it?
It's tax dollars
for the
dedicated
state.
for public transportation.
Okay, and maybe that's, so anyway, wherever it's coming from, I want you to remember it's us, the taxpayer. No matter where we put it, no matter where it goes, it comes from the taxpayer, and we do not like seeing our money wasted. So think very hard about that before we move forward. Thank you.
Marty Crane. So I serve on the SISDAC since we started all this, and I was here when a couple of supervisors thought that they were going to just shut it down because they wanted the money for their roads and bridges, and then when a presentation was made to show them what kind of a system you'd have if it was only this, and what kind of system you'd have if it was only this funding, they were shocked. And it was shocking to me to find out that they didn't know how this was funded. So if any of you are not clear as the bell on how transit is funded, please look into that. But I wanted to say, yes, it's taxpayer money. We live in the country, so the benefits of living in the country come with some challenges. And those of us that are here because we rode the bus or because we can still drive. But those of us who are not here still need to be able to survive, and having a transit system in the country, while it is far more challenging, is essential. You get rid of it, and suddenly the people that are using it, relying on it to get to work or go to school, they're out of the economic pool. So we have to have it, and I do not feel that any money that is spent on transit is wasted. You know, it's my tax dollars too, and someday I may need the transit. And I agree with Russ. I've ridden the bus. They're very comfortable. So anyway, lots of fun. Take care.
Any other public comments? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board and staff. There was a couple questions asked. Phil, Amber, do you want to answer?
Sure, I'm not sure if I remember all of them,
Well,
or what clarifications maybe you guys are looking for from a couple of those comments.
Well, I think the concept of some of the comments that were made about relinquishing our authority, I think the origin COG itself and what the state mandates in order to receive those funds and receive transportation funds and all, probably will answer some of those questions. And so if you want to elaborate on why COG exists and what it means to transportation funds to this county.
Yeah, well, the COG is a regional transportation planning agency, which is through state legislation, and so counties are required to have an RTPA in order to receive certain funding sources for transportation. And we have mandated planning processes and documents that we must do at the COG level. And to the point of, I think, having representatives from or elected officials on our board. We do have 2 county board of supervisors who are appointed to the COG board, and then 2 city council members who are appointed to the COG board, and those are elected officials. We do have 3 citizen members who are appointed by the elected officials.
And the funds are not only that receive not only county funds, they are city funds also. So the form of the JPA was to receive all the funds that were available to us through the city and through the county to disperse those on projects in the county and the city. And so the same thing has to do with the public transportation dollars. They're received to the COG. COG is the ultimate entity that dispersed those funds. Years ago, we had it through the city. City was operating the transit system, and they fell into some problems, so we brought it back to the COG, and then COG gave it to the county, and the county has had it ever since. But originally, the COG did run the public transportation system until there was some laws and so forth going forward where we had to go out with it. But there's a lot of things that have to do. You still have people that are elected in the COG, and what we're trying to do is the city has money that goes that's meant for public transportation too that they get from the state through those tax dollars, and they haven't been part of any thing to do with how it's dispersed or even the routes. They had no input on that. We're bringing it back and forming this JPA to, one, be a separate entity itself with elected officials on it, and letting the city come in and have some say into how the routes are being run in the city, what routes are being run in the city. They had some complaints about how it was moved around and wasn't primarily hitting the primary sites they felt needed to be serviced. So that's part of the reason, along with the reason of what Ms. Callan had said and talked about, is the county has continuously, for the course of the last 5 years, carried a loan through our general funds through the course of the year and even past our fiscal year, which makes it very difficult to close our books when you have outstanding loans out that aren't collected by the end of the fiscal year. And it all has to do with the timing on submitting the applications for funding to the state in a timely manner in order to recover the funds from the state. You put together, like Amber had said and Phyllis said, you put together a budget knowing what funds are going to be available, but it's not like the state just sends you those funds automatically for your budget so you can expend them out of your general fund or whatever. You have to put periodically applications in showing what your vendor has spent and what your staff time has spent, and have those funds allocated at certain points in the year. If you miss those, then you can't go back after that deadline to a certain period of time to go back and get those funds. So that's what's happening. It's falling further and further and further behind. And right now the county has expended, like Ms. Callan has said, over $500,000 out of our general fund right now sitting there. And it probably won't get backfilled until those applications are paid by the state, which could be after our deadline of the fiscal year in July 1st. So I hope that explains some of the questions that were asked. No? Okay. perhaps we could meet and spend a couple hours on it. So it's very difficult. There's a lot of things that are involved. I'm trying to get a general overview of what's happening here. So
yeah, and I think another element that I heard a little bit about is this idea of funding, and really I think one of the goals of this JPA is to identify cost efficiencies. And the more cost efficiencies you have, the more service you can provide for the same budget and amount. And yes. Mr. Tofinelli is correct too. The COG is responsible for that funding. We are a funding agent for the majority of the funding sources for transit. So we do spend quite a bit of time on transit already at the COG level. So we're really looking at this from the regional perspective on how much staff time and resources are spent on a system of this size. So I think the purpose of the JPA is to consolidate staff resources and identify cost efficiencies.
yes, and as she mentioned, COG is responsible for all the transportation monies in the county. If you were here earlier, we had an item before us that had a call for projects from COG through our local public works. That is something that is provided from the county to the COG to accept, to fund, so we can look for funding for those projects. And COG is responsible to go out and try and find most of the money for those projects. So, hope that explains some. So back at the board level, I'm looking for a motion or more comments. And we'll need a couple of motions on this. One of them is we are looking for a motion to authorize the relinquishment of transit program by Public Works Department to this new JPA.
Do you want to take them as separate motions, Chair?
We can either take them separate or we can take them together. The other one would be and approve a joint powers agreement between the county, the city of Angels Camp, and COG.
It needs to be one motion because it's one agenda item.
Okay.
So I would make the motion to relinquish the transit program operated by Public Works and approve a joint powers agreement between the county, City of Angels Camp, and COG for transit services within the county.
I would second that.
I have a motion by Supervisor Mills and a second by Supervisor Platt. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We'll take a 5-minute break to allow them to pack up and move out. All right, we are back. Madam Clerk, item number 30.
So before I read item number 30, I'd like to do the report out of the lunchtime closed session. So item 4 was conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. There was no reportable action taken.
Thank you.
Item 30 is from the Administrative Office, and it's to receive a report from staff, Cal OES, and local organizations regarding the ongoing Butte Fire recovery.
Mr. Moss.
Good afternoon. Brian Moss, Administrative Office, and this is your monthly report to the board, status on Butte Fire recovery and Butte Fire updates. As you know, we're winding down with some programs like the insurance recovery for ash removal is getting pretty close, and at the same time, the insurance recovery for burned tree disposal is still winding up, and I know that Mr. Knight will be addressing that as well. So with that said, I'm going to turn this over to the department heads that are here to speak about this today. Thank you.
Jeff Kravitz, Public Works. Update I have for Butte Fire recovery will be the status of the debris removal trees program. As you all know, the majority of the trees were out by mid-January of 2017. We took out an additional 20-some-odd punch list trees in December, and we have been in the insurance recovery mode to avoid duplication of benefits for tree removal on private property as part of this program. Other items that are of interest to the board, I would think. I received this week concurrence from FEMA with the archaeological treatment plan monitoring reporting that we did in summary of that first phase of tree removal, and also the biological monitoring for the first phase. So there's a 30-day comment period for the county to get back to FEMA, and then that report moves on to the next stage. But the finding has been that the reporting provided by our contractor has met the requirements of the environmental document, the NEPA environmental document. The insurance recovery program for the tree removal on private property is moving ahead. We have a total of 259 parcels, but many of those parcels are owned by the same owner. So we're dealing with less than 259 owners. Many of those parcels, approximately 60%, we have already identified as having no insurance, and so we are ready to close those parcels out of the program. We have completed outreach to all other property owners within the program to solicit and get copies of their insurance if we don't have it already. And so we have approximately 60 parcels closed. The program is collected from 4 parcels to date. We're expected to have the debris removal costs coming from our manager, the field operations managers, this week, because we need those for insurance recovery. And then the next step, it will be sending out the invoicing that says this is how much money the government has paid to abate your parcel of these trees. This is how much we see on your insurance. Unless you have other expenditures, provide them to us, or we're requesting reimbursement of what the owners have received from their insurance companies. So that is the status of the insurance program and the trees program.
Thank you very much. You know, it's interesting. I'm seeing a lot of back and forth with our colleagues over on the coast, and they are going through the exact same things, hitting every piece of furniture just like we did. So it'd be nice if the state got this together, because clearly we are not alone in this. Are we going to talk about the roads next? I know Quincy on board. Are they starting to work? And I know we're waiting on our OES manager.
Quincy is not waiting for the OES manager. We are still getting through the contract and the task order negotiation. So the contract is, as was attached to the board item, with a few minor changes. That needs to be circulated. Their insurance needs to be verified, their EE&O, as well as their driver's liability insurance. And we have already received from Quincy their estimated cost for the first task order. So we're expecting that, and we do not need to bring that back to board to get them to work. So as soon as they actually hit the ground running, I'll be sure to let you know.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other board questions? Thank you, Mr. Crowett.
Okay.
Chair.
Yes. Sorry.
I didn't see his lights. We must have
For
Jeff?
Yeah, for Jeff.
Jeff,
Yeah.
come back up. You didn't have it on when I looked over.
It's your fault, didn't have it on.
It's all visual, isn't it? And Jeff, the question is regarding trees that are marked white CC that are still standing on property, just for the public's awareness. What would that mean, and what would they need to do?
The trees that are still standing with white CC marks, either marks with a circle around the C or not, are all standing on BLM lands or on implied dedicated county right-of-way through BLM lands. And we are still working through a process to get those dealt with. And CAO and myself talked about that earlier this week, and I think we have a good plan for moving that forward finally.
So the point is that they're not forgotten.
They're not forgotten.
Okay, that's the goal. Is that as people come up and ask questions, we'd like to know that we've got a good answer, can turn them over for a good answer.
The trees call to me at night when I sleep.
Thank you.
And yeah, you could be assured, Supervisor Mills, that Director Krovitz gets a regular call from me on the trees as well, and including my going out with my GPS and marking that they are actually on BLM land. So we are actually going to deal with a few outliers tomorrow morning
and
up in
Thursday.
on Hastings. Pardon me?
It's Thursday or tomorrow?
Pardon?
Thursday or tomorrow?
It's tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. See you there.
So Supervisor, you have his number on speed dial, is that it?
Director Kovitz and I could talk about all kinds of circles and colors on trees.
He has an iPhone, he says call Krovitz. Any other supervisors? No lights? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Mel Knight, Butte Wildfire Community Liaison. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Butte structural debris and then just a little bit on the trees activity because of the nexus. I'm glad to announce today that we have completed all outreach activity. There will be no more letters going out on debris, on structural debris. We're now going to probably see maybe a couple of weeks of trickle-in activity from both insurance companies and some of the insured. But by and large, Tetra Tech and what time I'm spending will be devoted to a transition. It includes now spending some time on trees, but being available during that transition to deal with the stragglers. So again, we'd ended up with about 6.2 million to date. We expect to have about 6.5 by conclusion. The goal wasn't to raise funds, but the goal was to see that the community got the assistance they needed in understanding the complex issue of what was their obligation under this duplication of benefit program. And I will just repeat, because there continues to be a complicated issue, duplication of benefit means that you should have no out-of-pocket exposure to your dollars from receiving these services. Your liability and obligation is limited to those dollars that your insurance company provides you for work that was done by state and federal government, for which it's specifically earmarked for that work, the debris removal. And so, fortunately, again, our contractor, Tetra Tech, has got a tremendous amount of background and experience at this, is able to sort through the insurance documents, able to sometimes be able to sort this out for customers who are unable to do so. At times, educate some insurance adjusters. So it's been quite an interesting path there. As mentioned, we are working closely with our counterparts. Just yesterday, Lake County was in the office, and they were learning from our experience. They are nowhere near as far along as we are. We have been fortunate to be able to now have about 80% of these successfully resolved. And it looks like approximately 20, and the number's going down all the time, that have ended up for one reason or another are not totally resolved. And that's actually a lower ratio than most of the other areas at this point. And I think that we'll be soon turning over our report to the state and federal government that says, here is your $6.5 million. Here is the status of all of those properties. And we will then be transitioning to the tree activity. Tree activity will be, now I'll transition to that a bit. Tree activity is much, much less complicated. As Mr. Krovitz mentioned, the numbers are much smaller. We have the same team of Tetra Tech folks working on this who already have dealt with many of these properties, many of these policies, many of these adjusters. So they are, Jeremy, our face of the program, has been able to get way ahead of this. We've saved a tremendous amount of time by having it done by the same individual. And I think that we're going to see a very successful approach. The other interesting twist to this is many of these trees, again, are limited to right-of-way trees, but insurance coverage typically covers tree and shrub removal, and it isn't specific to right-of-way trees. So we've had a number of folks who have said, by the way, yeah, I lost a lot of trees. I spent $31,000 of my own money on tree removal, and I got $10,000 from my insurance company. Well, that doesn't mean we get to $10,000. In fact, in all likelihood, it's our position that it's a duplication of benefit when you have dollars available that were not spent on your activity, but rather were spent on the state's activity. So there will be some credit and potentially full credit. Probably, we don't argue with the public, so they will probably deal with both their attorney, the insurance company, or whatever, to whatever conclusion they will come to. and we will simply pass that along. But I will expect a much reduced number for many of these because it seems to be somewhat logical and rational, although we haven't found a specific definition yet that states how you would prorate this. For instance, if our 10 trees in the right-of-way were removed at our expense, but they removed 70 trees from their full property. Almost all these properties that have right-of-way trees also had non-right-of-way trees that required some attention. So it's going to be add a little bit of complexity in some ways, but it may also even just simplify it. So we'll be, again, finding our way on that. But that should end up making this, something that we'll be able to deal with and deal with promptly. Any questions?
Any board questions?
Thank you very much, Mel.
Turn your mic on.
Thank you very much, Mel. As always, like you, I cannot wait for this piece of the puzzle to be over. Insurance has just been extraordinarily difficult to deal with. What is our message to our residents who, didn't get everything resolved? We're sending it down to Sacramento. Do you have any indication from Sacramento which black hole these documents are going to fall into?
No, and I don't think there is an answer. For instance, I was talking to someone from Kern County last week that is doing the same thing. They attempted to move their money to Sacramento because they had completed what they were to do. And there was no one there to take it.
So they haven't, so actually we don't know who we're remitting this to?
Yeah. Well, what will occur is the auditor controller
you're paying
will
attention,
make
right?
arrangements with either Cal OES or Cal Recycle or the state treasurer or whomever is designated to receive these dollars. We haven't been ready to transmit them. I'm assuming there will be some path, but that is probably something that Jeremy and I will not be involved in. So we could make these into Bitcoin. We could try to see if we can.
Bitcoin.
Well, certainly when we get to that decision point, let's make sure we keep the board in the loop on what we're going to do. If we can do that, that'd be great. When you wrap this up and you've got that sum, let's talk about it as a board.
Yeah, we certainly will do that. Although I expect that to occur before your next scheduled update at the board meeting, which would be a month from now. But I typically provide you with a weekly update as soon as we understand the transition.
And I would imagine we will find a way to get it on the agenda for $6 or $7 million.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other board questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Sonny. Public comments. Hold on, guys. We may have some public questions. Public comments on this item. Informational item, so there's no board action. All right, seeing none. Thank you, gentlemen. Moving on. Madam Clerk, item number 32.
Item 32 is from the Planning Department. To make a finding of public benefit and approve a fee waiver requested by the Calaveras County Arts Council for a special event permit for the 3rd annual Ride and Walk for Art.
Mr. Mauer's not here. CAO, you have anything on this? No? Okay, how about a motion? Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I so move we grant this request.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do we have any public comments on this item?
I'm sorry, could I have the motion in the second again?
We have a motion by Supervisor Oliveira, a second by Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you.
And public comment on this item. This is a $100 fee being asked by the Arts Council to be waived for their event. I think it's a walk. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Before we ask for a vote on this, I'd like to point out that the rules of policy of the county is requesting fee waivers such as this for the betterment of the community, which I think this falls in that category.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
That's all you have? Okay. Anything else? No, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, item number 33, and I see Judy is here.
Item
And she's got a bundle of paperwork.
Item number 33 is from Human Resources to adopt a resolution approving modifications to the Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association MOU for January 1, 2018 to June 30th, 2019.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors, Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Management. I do have some items for the board today. We did have a last-minute MOU changes, so I do have copies of the MOUs for the board, and then also I do have copies for our guests. And I have one more item for Well, I'm happy to be before you today. Oh, sorry. I'm happy to be before you today bringing the modifications to the CCPSEA MOU. We had 9 months of negotiations, and then we had a very successful end to our negotiations. We do have a 2% COLA that will go into effect the first full pay period after board adoption. We also agreed upon positions that were 15 to 20% below our below equity from our comparison counties. And this also will help with we keep popping up in the grand jury reports for our correctional officers, and this will help in that arena. We also will be, with their additional 2% COLA, they will also be picking up additional PERS. And then we have another equity increase for them in September. Their increases to the general fund is approximately $364.8 annually, and for fiscal year 17-18 budget, we'll see 91.5%, 91,500 increase.
Any board questions?
Now, the changes to the MOU are not any changes that would affect any of the benefits or wage increases that we have offered. The changes to the MOU, we substituted saying, in the MOU we put that the increase would be effective, for example, the first pay period in July. We substituted first pay period in July for July 7th. So we put the exact date by the request of the union. And so that's the only change there. And then we also had some formatting issues that happened from going from a laptop to a desktop. And so we fixed those issues.
Any board questions? No? Okay. We open it to public comment. Any public questions, comments?
I noticed there's an increase to the budget. Just have a question. Gentlemen, where does that money come from? It's not coming from our taxes anymore.
I would like to mention that with the increase to the correctional pay, we are also hoping that the turnover to that position also decreases, so that it'll be a swap out.
It'll be a swap out. Okay, thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Open for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we accept the contracts as stated by Ms. Hawkins.
I have a motion by Supervisor Oliveira.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Gary Mendy. Any other comments? Now I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you, and I also want to thank all the members of the CCPA bargaining team. This was a big effort on everybody's part.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, we have item number 34.
She got promoted.
Almost over there.
Item 34 is from the Board of Supervisors to the appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas. So we have 4 appointments or vacancies that we have received applications for. The first is for the Area 12 Agency on Aging Advisory Council. It's 1 vacancy for a term ending 12/31/2021 for member 1. It's an application that's been received from Barbara Grogan. She is an incumbent. The next one is for the IHSS Advisory Committee. 1 vacancy for a term ending 12/31/2019 for a past or present consumer 3. We received an application from Susanna Crow, who is an incumbent. And the next is from McCollum Hill Cemetery District. 1 vacancy for an unexpired term ending 12/31/2020 for member 2, and an application has been received from Paula Leitzel. Those are the only applications.
Any board comments? Any board decisions on it?
Mr. Chair, I do have a question. On the IHSS Advisory Committee, understand the applicant's an incumbent. I would like to hear any public comment on that. I don't know the individual.
Yeah, we'll open it up for public comment.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that it? Supervisor Clapp, your light's on? No? All right, public comments. I'll open it for public comments. You can walk right along there.
I'm over the line.
Uh-oh. You're walking the line, Bonnie. You're walking the line.
Is an incumbent somebody that's reappointed? Is that what an incumbent is?
We've been using the term incumbent as to somebody whose term has recently expired and they are reapplying for the position.
I would like you to observe our attendance record for the past 2 years. This person was actually dismissed from our committee because of poor attendance and failure to communicate. So I don't think she's an incumbent. I think she's reapplying for a position that we asked the board last year to relieve her of so that we could find somebody that was willing to come to the meetings or communicate with us why they weren't attending the meetings. I handed you our bylaws earlier today, and on page 1, Section 1, Part A, we have modified our qualifications for participation to include a segment of our clients who have never been represented on this committee. And you heard from Danielle Maxwell earlier today asking for permission to serve on this committee as representing her son. There are more people in the IHSS program who are under the age of 65 than we have seniors. And this segment has never been represented. Children, young adults who are not able to represent themselves. And recently, some real issues have been raised by these people who have been attending our committee that we've never even considered before, children that have needs. So what we're asking at this point, I think, is for you to not appoint Ms. Crow, because we've had quite a history of trying to get her to be involved, and I question what her reasoning is for wanting to be on this committee, because it's been represented to us that she's not really interested. She just likes to have a place to come and bitch. And that we encourage that. That's what we want to hear, complaints. But we don't want somebody taking up space on our committee that doesn't attend the meetings and holds us up from sometimes not having a quorum or not being able to conduct business. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Marty Crane, I'm the secretary on the IHSS Advisory Committee, and I'd just like to say that it took us a year and a half, close to well over a year, to remove this person from the committee who wasn't attending. And when we were concerned about her, Bonnie even went to her home, and they said, well, just a minute. Whoever answered the door went in, came back out, and said she doesn't want to talk to you. So she wouldn't answer her mail, she wouldn't talk to us, anything. And I just don't want to go there again because, like Bonnie said, we're always looking for people to come and be productive members of the committee, and we understand that they can't always attend. But this was wild. I mean, we started keeping track of the attendance specifically because of this one person, and so I find her reasons for wanting to be on this highly questionable. So thank you very much. I would also recommend that you not appoint her. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
George Fry. I am now the past chair and the new vice chair, and Bonnie's the new chair. It was amazing what we had to go through for a year and a half to get this lady to respond to us. She wouldn't even accept a letter that was registered mail with return receipt. And Diane knows what we've been through. And to me, she's no incumbent. We finally got her removed from the committee. We got somebody that's really interested and involved in our committee. So I do not recommend that she be appointed. Thank you.
Bill Wilson, District 1. Gentlemen, you just heard three people that serve on that committee that said this person is, number one, not an incumbent in their opinion because they have not showed up. It'd be like one or two of you not showing up for board meetings for a year and a half while your 4-year term is in process. I don't think that person needs to be on that board. I think we need a person that shows up, that participates in that board, that participates in the community, not just shows up, as somebody said, to bitch.
Any other public comments? Marty, one time. You get one. You have one time. That's it. One time. One time. Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board.
Would you like me to address any of the concerns that were brought up?
Yes.
Okay. So yes, the IHSS Advisory Committee did provide you with a tracking of their attendees' membership or attendance. They did experience a period of time last year with Ms. Crow was unable to attend meetings. They did request, they sent me a letter to give to you that said that they wanted her removed. However, the committee had taken no formal action in a meeting that had an agendized item to discuss requesting that she be removed. And so they had to then agendize the item. They had to have a meeting that had a quorum, and then they had to provide the documentation that that the committee had voiced the concern that they wanted her to be removed. At the time that we received all of that, it was time for the annual vacancy publication. So her term was expiring. So our office decided that it was in the best interest of the applicant and the Board of Supervisors and the group to see if the term expired and she did not reapply, it was already advertised for. On her application, Ms. Crow has expressed that she had some grave health concerns along with the grave health concerns of her husband, which have now been rectified. I know that in the past, in many various kinds of discussions with the group, they have said that they have a very fragile population on their committee. And so it sounds from the documentation we've received that the health situation has been rectified and that this person is anxious to come back and to serve on the committee. As for the bylaws may be adopted by the group, but then they have to come to the Board of Supervisors to be approved, and that hasn't happened. I haven't been provided with them. So until the Board of Supervisors approves the bylaws, they are not in effect. So we are functioning under whatever was in place prior to this revision.
Thank you. Any other board comments?
Yeah, I would have one. I understand what the IHS is going through because my CSA has the same problems at times. We get a person that no longer attends the meetings, they don't want to be on, and it's quite difficult to get that person replaced. And I know we're making some new rules and stuff on procedures of our committees. And I'd like that to be addressed as we do that new, as we go through the new regulations that for removing someone from a thing, because it should be like Jack's on the committee, he should be able to come to us and say, I want this person replaced or something. It should be a lot more streamlined than what it is now. Thank you.
Supervisor Oliveira, your light's on.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I noticed that there is one other person, according to this document provided to the board, that has a track record of not showing excused absences. That person listed on the bottom of this document. Is there any procedure to have that person removed from the board also? I would ask that question.
Which
not
person?
of the public, please, not of the public.
Which person is that?
That would be the last one, Gail Williams.
She was only appointed at the last Board of Supervisors meeting. She was not a member, and the list, this list, I don't think pertains to her, although her name is there.
So that's an error as far as the information provided. Is that correct?
She was not a member last year on the committee. And just to note, of the total positions that are on the IHSS Advisory Committee, they have 2 vacancies. They have more than enough members to have quorums and to have meetings at this time.
And I noticed that in the board packet, maybe I just didn't receive it, but the applicant's application is not listed electronically. Is that correct? As normal?
The application should be part of the board's packet. People that are applying for positions on advisory committees, their personal information is not public until after they are appointed. And so their applications are not viewable by the public as part of the public package.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Garamendi, are you not the board representative on this
I am.
committee? I'd like to hear from you.
One meeting in, so I can't say I'm an expert on this stuff at all, but I'm trying to learn as I've let the committee know. I think certainly, from my understanding, and I would seek Supervisor Clapp's input on this as he served on there as well, it is a fragile committee. They're trying to move things together. I think it seems to be working from my one meeting. And I would hate to, I got the president, past president, and the secretarial advising not to put this person on there. And so I would have to rely on their years of experience serving on this board over my one meeting.
Okay, that's fair enough. Supervisor Platt, you're shaking your head yes. You want to turn your microphone on?
I would agree with Jack
Okay.
on that.
So, since we brought it back to the board, we can kick the IHSS out and call for a motion for the remaining two and deal with it on its own. So I'll call for a motion for Area 12 applicant and McCollum Hill Cemetery.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Now, IHSS, do I hear a motion for acceptance? That dies for no motion. Do we have a motion to?
Mr. Chairman, you're seeking a motion for acceptance?
I'm seeking a motion for anything at this point, just asking for a motion.
Oh.
So if you want to make a motion to deny or accept, that's up to you, whether we get a second or votes for it.
I'm confused.
Why don't I do this? I'll make a motion to accept her on the IHSS. Let's see if we get a second, and then go from there.
Is there a second to that motion? Seeing none, it dies for no second. Now I'll look for a motion to deny this application.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion to deny this application. Do I have a second? I don't have a second? It dies, and we won't appoint her. Okay. Moving on. Madam Clerk, item number 35.
Could I request that we just take a 5-minute break to allow staff to get in place for the next item?
Yes.
Item 35 is from the Elections Department to certify EIR, adopt CEQA findings of fact, and MMRP. Adopt a resolution calling a special election or calling a special advisory vote election and consolidating it with the June 5th, 2018 statewide primary election for the purpose of enabling the people of Calaveras County to vote to approve or reject an ordinance rescinding Chapter 17.95 and replacing it with a new Chapter 17.95 banning or regulating cannabis cultivation and related cannabis activities.
Okay. Mr. Chair,
Yes.
seeing the reading by Madam Clerk indicates several different segments of this particular item, is it possible we could bifurcate and take these as far as the explanation one at a time, or look at them as a whole? What would be your recommendation, Mr. Chair?
Well, at the moment, why don't we allow Mr. Maurer and Mrs. Moss to give their presentation to us first, and then we can decide how we want to handle it.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
What is your point of order, sir?
Rule 30 of the Board Procedures and Handbooks, Conflict of Interest, states any member with a disqualifying conflict of interest must, in compliance with the Political Reform Act, A, publicly state the nature of the conflict in sufficient detail to be understood by the public, B, recuse himself, herself from discussing and voting on an item, and C, leave the room until after the discussion, vote, and other disposition of the matter is concluded, unless the matter has been placed on a consent calendar. It goes on. Specifically, there are two supervisors that have conflicts of interest with regard to this issue. Supervisor Clapp has an outstanding FPPC violation that is being investigated regarding the banning of cannabis. This will affect his material financial interest. Furthermore, Supervisor Mills Also, as a result of gifts that he has received from the Communications Institute and other volunteers and political organizations, has received a gift that is in excess of $470, which means that he too has a disqualifying conflict of interest. Here's a complaint that details all of this. It's been sent to the board clerk. A copy should be forwarded on to all of you, and I only have one copy. So my point of order is that two supervisors sitting on this board should not be able to sit and hear this issue because of their conflicts of interest.
Okay, and I will refer to county council.
I'm just now being handed a copy of this complaint, so either we can take a break, allow me an opportunity to review this,
Okay.
and have an opportunity to speak with the two supervisors.
Why don't we take how long do you need?
Alternatively, we can at least have staff do a presentation, and I can read it while there is staff presentation. But it is certainly up to the board chair.
Okay, well, why don't we have them start presenting their presentation, and you can read it, and when we get to a point where you read it, then we can stop, and you can maybe take 10 minutes and talk to those two, okay?
Mr. Chair, that was presented as a public document. Is it the opportunity for each supervisor to get a copy of that? I mean, what's our procedure?
Normally, anything that is handed out during a meeting or presented to the clerk to be submitted into the record is kept by the clerk, scanned, and available upon request after the meeting, like the next day or two.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Just as a preliminary matter, we will start with Ms. Turner from the elections official because it is an elections item. There are 3 actions that the board will need to take if it wants to put one or more of the ballot measures in front of the voters. Because it's a county-initiated ballot measure, it would have to, before it made a decision to put anything on the ballot, it would need to certify the EIR. It would be the same EIR used for the permanent ordinance. Certify it for this particular project. And then as a second action, it would need to adopt CEQA findings of fact and the mitigation, and if a regulatory measure is among those being sent forward, also a mitigation and monitoring reporting program. And then third, only after CEQA actions have been taken, at that point it can choose to adopt a resolution that actually calls a special election, because the calling of the election is the project under CEQA, and CEQA has to come first. So those are the 3 actions that need to be taken. But for just ease of presentation, we can start with the elections official, and then Mr. Maurer will talk about the ordinances presented and some modifications that were made since you last saw both of them.
Rebecca Turner, Registrar of Voters. So what I'm bringing today, based off of the discussion on January 10th when staff was asked to prepare items for the ballot, is 4 resolutions. So you'll find in your packet that you had 4 different resolutions. One was calling an election for repealing existing Chapter 1795 and bringing forward a new 1795 that's prohibiting recreation and medical cannabis. And the other is also repealing 17.95 and bringing forward a new 17.95 for cannabis use. So I'll definitely let Peter explain the ordinances and what they contains. So all I want to explain is the 4 options. One resolution is bringing both measures to the ballot. So if we had 2 measures on the same ballot, the measure that received the highest number of votes in favor would be the one that went into effect. Or you have the option of bringing just one of the measures to the ballot. So there's a resolution there for both of those. Or the third option I brought is if the board is looking at this specifically to get public opinion, I put both measures in as an advisory election in the final resolution, where you could get the public's opinion on whether or not they approve of the measures. So an advisory election is just that. It's asking for an advisory vote only. Nothing would go into effect based off of that vote, and it would bring it back to the board to decide what to do.
And on that note, if the board chose to go the advisory route, that would not be a project under CEQA. No, nothing would need to be adopted because no action would actually be taken until it came back and the board made a decision whether to act based on the ballot results.
I really don't have anything else to add, so I'm going to send it to Peter, and if you have any questions, let me know.
Mr. Maurer.
Peter Maurer, Planning Director. So before you are two versions of an ordinance that could go on the ballot if you so choose. And the direction that we received on January 10th was to bring as we understood it, to bring the Planning Commission's recommended version, which was after we had heard from this board, we referred it back to the commission. They had made some modifications to a prior version of it, and then in December, we brought two separate versions back to you. So the first option, or an option, is the ban, and I just want to briefly go over the changes to that were made from the ban ordinance that was adopted on January 10th. And I'm referring to attachment F, which is the underlined strikeout version of the ordinance. It begins on page 995, at least the numbering in my packet. I don't know if the numbering is the same in yours, because sometimes you have other materials that we don't get. But in the public packet, on page 995. And there are some minor changes where we've changed from things like the Board of Supervisors to the people. And along those lines, there was one that was missed, and that is under section 3, the findings. That should also read the people rather than the Board of Supervisors, and grammatically changing the does to do and that kind of change. There are only really there is only one substantial
Mr. Chair,
change.
I'm sorry for interrupting. We're still trying to find page 995 here.
900 pages, in fact.
Yeah, only 1,600.
Okay.
And it says in ordinance, the heading is in ordinance of the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors is crossed out, and it says people.
Yes.
And it's underlined. It's on page 995.
But there's another, what we're trying to point out is that there's one that we missed, and so that's, I don't know if you have it this way, that's page 14 of our markup version, and it's section 3, which comes after the main body of the ordinance. Section 2 is severability, section 3 is findings.
Point of order.
What is your point of order, sir?
My point of order is that I want silence behind me so I can hear everything that's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so under section 3 findings, it inadvertently reads, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Calaveras finds. It should read, the people of the County of Calaveras find.
And declare.
Find and declare, right.
And that's on page 1008 of the board packet. So the next change is a provision that was added. It's 1795-030H on page 1000, page 6 of the ordinance. And it adds a provision that the county may modify the ordinance in non-substantive ways. So if there's clarification needed, changes to state law, as long as it doesn't change the underlying provisions of the code, if we find that there's some clerical error or something that just needs to be fixed, it does allow the board to fix those without having to go back to the voters. So that section has been added. And there was a change in 040C10. It's on page 1003. And that changes the restriction on cultivation where a daycare center is located. It used to read where there is a residence, and now reads on any parcel where a daycare center is. So it's clear that where there's a daycare center, cultivation can't occur. And then there were changes to the findings in section 3. It updated findings C and D to reflect the current status of, page, I did my that down. Page 15, 1009. And it just updates the current status of federal enforcement provisions in the Rohrabacher-Farr Amendment and the findings under the Cole memo, those statements. So those are the only changes that we've made to the ban version of an ordinance that might go to the ballot. Just to sort of bring it up and make sure that it's consistent with all the things that we believe was intended by the board in that, and to bring it up to date. There are a few more changes to the Planning Commission's recommendation. This is attachment H. It begins on page 1070. Give you a moment to scroll that page. It has similar changes. The people from the Board of Supervisors, there's a few other just sort of minor clerical corrections, things like it should have said chapter rather than section. But the substantive changes are beginning on page 1076, definition BBB shop. The term shop was deleted from the terminology used.
What section?
1795-020, the definitions.
Okay, thanks.
Page 7 of the ordinance itself. So the term shop was not used in the ordinance, so that definition was deleted. Also, where the word shop was used in the Planning Commission's version, we used the term residential accessory structure instead. Non-residential accessory structure. So that that was a term that was already defined in our county code, so we didn't need to create a new term. So that would be if someone had an outbuilding or a shed on their property, that fall under that definition. On page 1078, we added the same non-substantive change requirements. This would be 030H. So the same provisions that allow some minor modifications to the ordinance without having to go back to the voters would be permitted. On page 1086, section 060B4, and this is just an update to the requirements of the state for a notice of applicability. We referred to an old provision of state codes for the general order, and so this just sort of more generalizes the reference to the general order, because that one has since expired, and we now have a new general order that we're operating under for the notice of applicability for the water board. And so we just have changed it to be more general as the most, whatever the most recent version is.
This is 4, you said 4, that's on page 1085.
Yes. Oh, 1085.
Thank you.
All right. The next substantive change is on page 1087, and it rolls over into 1088. The provisions for review for proposed cultivation sites next to an existing residential property. And initially, the Planning Commission had wanted to go to the Planning Commission, so any registration, the language that went to the board and the Planning Commission sort of agreed with this in concept was that instead of all of them going to the Planning Commission, there would be a provision for notification to the planning director, or by the planning director, to all the surrounding property owners within 500 or 300 feet of the property, that they would be notified of a pending application. They would have the ability to raise concerns to me. I could then impose conditions, or whoever is planning director could impose conditions on that, which would be appealable to the Planning Commission. So it sort of eliminates the need to take every one of them to the Planning Commission and bog down their agendas with a lot of cannabis cultivation applications that may or may not be controversial. There's obviously going to be some, and that would provide the opportunity for the planning director to make those decisions with an appeal, course of appeal action to the commission. So section F and G and H were modified to reflect that course of action. And that was also contained in the version that went to the board, the regulatory version. On page 1090, there were some changes to the well water testing and reporting mechanisms, working with the Environmental Management Agency director. The mitigation measure that was recommended in the EIR, he found to be somewhat unworkable, and that the provisions that we changed and modified again actually provide for sort of upfront testing of water rather than a monitoring after the fact. And so we felt that this was more effective mitigation, and it was something that the Environmental Management Agency director felt was a better means of testing water and its potential impact on surrounding properties. The next change is on 1092. And this was simply adding additional lighting that was part of the mitigation measure from the EIR that was left out of the original language. So it just clarifies about the amount of lighting and the screening and shielding of that lighting that's necessary. On page 1097, page 28 of the ordinance.
Peter?
Yes.
Page 1093. You struck line 11 completely.
Oh, that was just a duplication.
That was a duplication.
So there's a few, I'm not going over every single change. Those are all in, I'm going over the ones that really have substantial changes.
I think we're going over the changes from the version that you saw last. That's what we're going over now.
Right. So let's see. So the next substantive change was on page 1097, 070D7, added a statement that requires documentation that any excess canopy that's required to be destroyed actually be presented to the county to document that it was destroyed. And that was something that the sheriff had requested. We also revised the language on 1102, this is 070E10. At the request of the sheriff, modified the language regarding armed security. It basically prohibits armed security outdoors on a commercial cultivation. 070E11 and F9, and this is on pages 1103 through 1103 through 1106. There was a mitigation measure that was inadvertently left out of the Planning Commission's recommendation, and this had to do with offsetting impacts for greenhouse gases. And it's E15 and F9 of subsection 070. We also then made some modifications on page 1108 to the renewal provisions, and this just was intended to clarify the process for renewal. And then finally, the last changes were made to the findings, sections C and D, similar to the ban that updated the federal requirements. So those are the changes. The intent was that we only made those that were based on the need for clarification or something that was left out that was intended to be there initially that we just missed with the Planning Commission, and did not substantially change the process that was recommended by the Planning Commission to you. Do you have any questions about that?
Any questions? Supervisor Garamendi, your light's on. Supervisor Oliveira, your light's on.
No comments, sorry.
No comments? Do we have any thing to talk about? Do you want to discuss anything, any of these items before we go to public comment?
Mr. Chair, I would like to have that break for county council to look over the documents submitted and maybe advise the board.
I would just clarify, Mr. Wickey, I want to, where is he?
I think he's sitting outside.
There he is. I wanted to clarify, it appears that this is a complaint with the FPPC. Has this been filed and has it been served on Supervisor Mills?
It is getting filed later tonight. I need to add the footnotes.
Okay.
So it hasn't been filed. That's
If I could take a quick
Yeah,
break, and I will,
yeah.
and just for the record, just to clarify, my office does not provide legal advice to individual supervisors as it relates to FPPC complaints. However, if it has an impact on the body as a whole, we certainly consider those things, but we do not provide legal advice to individual supervisors. I will be discussing this with Supervisor Mills since he has not been served.
We'll take a break. I don't know how long it's going to take. It could take anywhere from 10 minutes to 15 minutes. I'm guessing. All right, we're back in session. Going forward, Supervisor Mills, would you like to talk, sir?
Yes, since the information that was submitted to this board has not been a formal filing with the FPPC, nor have I received any request from the FPPC for a response. I will respond at the appropriate time when this comes before me in the correct manner. But until such time, I have no comment on it.
Okay. Supervisor Clapp.
I will not be recusing myself. I have no commercial form next to me at this time, so I'll be voting.
Okay. All right. Going forward, to maybe speed things along here a little bit, I would like to poll the board. I'd like to poll the board on where we are as far as if you'd like to place any of these items on the ballot. Supervisor Clapp?
No.
Supervisor Mills?
No.
Supervisor Oliveira?
Yes, I would, Mr. Chair. That would be option one as related by council. That would be both measures on the ballot, actually by County Clerk Turner, I'm sorry, not by council.
Supervisor Garamendi?
I'm open to compelling arguments, but I mean to no.
And I'm a no. I don't think it's in the best interest of the county right at this point. So we have basically 4 no's to not place any of these items on the ballot. So that being said, I will open it up to any public comments.
Gentlemen, $4,918,817.30 has been collected on the second half. The reason it's 30 cents, I'm assuming, is because we're now taking payments on that second. That means that roughly you took in $12.5 million from regulated cannabis. Sheriff has testified before this board and before this body that basically, he spent less than $1 million on eradication last year. We had $3.5 million come in over a 2-year period, and I'm sure that's more because I know that certain people have had to pay extra $5,000 because they were actually permitted earlier. So they've actually paid $10,000 for regulation fees. Again, you haven't been able to spend that money on regulation. Number 3, you guys are accepting a ban that now puts everything grown in Calaveras County inside, while accepting an EIR that says we're not going to have any growing in Calaveras County. How do you justify that? How does that make any sense? It doesn't make any darn sense to me. If everybody that is an adult that has a piece of property in this county, you're looking at approximately 15,000 people that can grow 6 plants. That's state law. You can't do a darn thing about it. You can say you have to grow it in your house. Oh, wait, Mr. Mills, or excuse me, I shouldn't use names. People here on this board argued that that was going to be a fire hazard. That's going to be a mold problem. We have the last grows that have been eradicated. Aren't those all grows that were grown indoors? Where are you going to go get the money? You're throwing out $12.5 million in taxes every year so far, and it's still climbing. Somebody tried to pay $3,000 today, but they couldn't accept payments today. So that's another $3,000 on it to that $5 million that's almost over there. Gentlemen, you go ahead and ban. What you're going to do is you're going to have created the environmental disaster in this county that you're all bitching about. Shame on you. Shame on every one of you that have voted to ban this product. It is now legal. You banned this 9 days into state regulation. You have taken and kicked out 500 people with legitimate tax-paying businesses. I hope you're happy and you're proud of yourselves.
Bill McManus. I just wanted to say thank you to the board for a couple things. First of all, for showing the courage of your convictions, that this has been a difficult, long, thought-out, drawn-out issue. We've heard everything you can imagine has come out for and against. This is not an issue about money. We've heard the urban legends and myths about money and what it can buy and where it's going to come from. We haven't seen it yet. We've seen lawsuits. We've seen all sorts of things come out of it, but we haven't seen anything of benefit for the county. What this is about is not money. It's about you representing the people who put you in those chairs. When each of you, 4 of you, ran for office, you clearly stated you were in favor of a ban. The people listened to you, they believed you, they voted for you, and here you are, and they support you. Any attempt to overturn the will of the people is an aberration. The pot growers had an ample chance to do what they wanted to do, and it was called Measure D, and it was rejected. You have decided to take a different path, knowing full well that regulation has never worked in this county, nor will it ever work. And simply piling on volumes more of regulations is not going to make it better. You have seen your way clear through to the end on this. And you're courageous, and you're steadfast, and it's Calaveras County is lucky to have a board like this that will take the will of the people and move forward and not try to put it off on someone else so they can avoid blame. You have taken on the challenge, and you have done it. Thank you very much.
Trent Fiorino. I'd also like to thank the board for your courage in listening to the people of the county, listening to the people that elected you, and voting on the ban. You know, I've been at these meetings Some of them just way longer than I ever wanted to be. In fact, today I was thinking maybe one of the things we ought to consider in the coming months is replacing these chairs with some of those electric recliners like they have at the movie theaters now. Spending so much time here. But we've heard over and over about how the money that's coming in from the cannabis, how the county is going to benefit from that. But we've also seen the legal tricks and things that they try to pull. They're also trying to sue the county to get all the tax money back. They have no intentions of supporting the county. It's always been about making money, making profit. All this cry about paying taxes and supporting all these things in the county was just to get you to allow them to continue to grow. They had every intention of taking that tax money back. They're doing it in Colorado. They're trying to do it in other places. That's the direction they go. It's all about putting money in their own pockets, not putting money in the county. It always has been about that. And I thank you for your courage to stand up against that. And we need to move forward now in this county, and we need to have some serious conversations about other forms of funding. Personally, I'm in favor of looking at maybe a 1/4-cent sales tax increase for law enforcement in this county. I would be a champion on that, and I would campaign to get that passed because I think our law enforcement deserves that. But we have to now, those of us who are in favor of the ban, be willing to reach in our pockets a little bit and help. There are other ways to fund this county. Thank you for what you've done. Thank you for your vote. I appreciate it.
Mike Falvey, citizen of Calaveras County, not on either side of this aisle. Concerned citizen. Okay, you guys have owned it now, and I'm glad I moved out of Mountain Ranch. I never thought I'd say that, but I am really glad I'm not where I lived for 40 years, because it's going to go to hell in a handbasket now, and you're not going to be able to do anything about it. I'm talking about you. You guys voted it. I know what you wanted to do, Jack. I know what you wanted to do, Mike. You other three voted it in, and I personally will hold you three responsible for what happens in this county when the illegal, non-compliant, cartel-driven, whatever you want to call them, run roughshod over the residents of this county. I've been here to meetings too, and I'll tell you one thing. There are many people in this county, I'll say this, that last statement that was made where he's never seen anybody, they don't care about this county, he is 100% wrong. I have been involved personally with people that have volunteered when I did live in Mountain Ranch, that were in the legal, compliant, growing community, and they put money out of their pockets more than anyone here ever thought of doing. So that gentleman was wrong with that statement. I am addressing the board. I'm looking right at him. So you can keep your mouth shut.
You are addressing the board, yes.
So, this person is a man of God. I thought the man of God accepted all citizens and loved all citizens and didn't denigrate all citizens, whether he agreed with their feelings or not. That's what a man of God does. Back to my.
Hang on. Let him finish, please.
Okay, I'll get back to my point.
Let him finish it.
This board owns this ban. How many busts have there been indoors in Valley Springs since you voted in the ban? 3? How many more do you think there are going to be? And you're right. It's going to be, what you call it, the environmental disaster. You are 100% right. And this sheriff's department isn't going to be able to do anything about it. I'm glad I moved out of Mountain Ranch, because this county is going to go to hell, and we're going to be run by the cartels, and we're going to be run by illegal growers who, in fact, do not care about this county. Your chance to let the legal growers help this county has been dissolved, and now you own what happens in the next 5 years.
Yes, sir. Point of order only.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Fiorino is not on the agenda today. nor were those comments within the purview of the Board of Supervisors.
And
It was a personal attack.
He stopped it when we
I know.
interrupted. He stopped. So
I'm pleading with the chair, when it goes in that direction, please stop it a little bit earlier, because it's hard to unring the bell after someone says some of those things.
thank you.
Please, thank you.
Vicki Reinke, Angels Camp. I too want to thank you for standing up for the people of Calaveras County. Again, I do speak to a lot of people in the communities, and again, this was a huge issue every place I went, and it wasn't just, it was they were conservatives, liberals, all people of walks of life that would say we don't want this here. The thing we keep forgetting is this is marijuana. It's a drug. I've had conversations with people about that. We grew up in the 60s. We knew about marijuana. We know about it. It's been around forever. We taught our kids not to use it. We've seen it destroy our families. We've seen it destroy friends. And yeah, it might not be just the marijuana, but that's where they start. And then they get into the bigger drugs. But let's not forget that. And so you've done the right thing for our community. We want Calaveras County to be the beautiful county that it's always been, and someplace where people are proud to come and live and not be fearful of what's going on. Marijuana is a drug. People come to steal it, and it's never going to change. And the cartels, if they start coming here, believe me, the people will get behind it and make sure that that doesn't happen here. And I'm sure that that wonderful officer over there will be proud to stand up for the rest of this community. Thank you.
Marty Crane, Valley Springs. Everybody talks about how we've heard everything. What? What did I do? Oh, I'm across the line. There's a supervisor that just walked out of the room.
Yes. Continue, please. The point of order I've taken, he's taking a phone call, so.
Marty Crane, I know I started there. We've all heard.
Point of order?
What?
Excuse me. They just did it. Aren't you required to ask that man to come back and do his job? He's being paid to do a job. We're all paying him. You need to get him back in here.
Thank you, sir. He's taking a phone call.
I can wait.
Thank you.
You want me to wait?
Marty, go ahead.
Marty Crane from Valley Springs. So we keep hearing, we've been in here for all these long meetings, and yeah, I know, I was here too. Most of us were. And that we've heard everything. We've just heard it over and over and over again. The one thing that I have not heard that has been asked multiple times is, if you ban it, how are you going to pay for it? Banning is a form of regulation, but it has no teeth. You don't have any money to enact it or enforce it. So we keep asking, how are you going to pay for it? And nobody tells us. We just hear today, oh, I'm willing to open my pocket and maybe an extra sales tax. Well, you know, I think we're getting the cart before the horse here. You got to know how you're going to pay for your groceries before you go into the grocery store and load up your cart. So anyway, I want you to tell us. You're our elected officials. You made a decision. I want you to tell us exactly how you're going to pay for it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Beth Whitkey, District 2. I want to push back on this idea that we're not willing to pay our Measure C taxes, or that there's some kind of consensus with this lawsuit. A couple of disgruntled growers have filed a lawsuit that they don't want to pay Measure C. That's not the majority of us. Most of us showed up, paid our taxes on time, want to continue to pay taxes, want to continue to do legal business here. I think it's really unfortunate that people keep harping on this idea that cannabis is destroying families.
Point of order. I am tired of these people talking. I want to hear what's going on. Thank you.
Can we please have order here, please? Thank you. Continue.
Okay. So the CDC has a list of all of the substances that kill people. And, I mean, detergent pods, household, you name it, over-the-counter medicine. Cannabis continues to be at zero. The FDA was court-ordered to take the gateway theory off of their website because it is bad information. People do not die from cannabis. The regulated growers have jumped through every hoop. The pollution is not coming from them. I think that it's really important that we keep the information honest. Please reconsider this ban. Please continue to regulate. We will continue to pay our taxes. We will continue to help the sheriff eradicate the illegal grow sites. We want to raise our families here in peace. We want a right to farm our land. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Robert Schufelt. I'm here personally and as a member of the CCLDF. Me and my family commented on the EIR, as well as hundreds of other residents had comments on the EIR that were either not addressed adequately or were completely ignored. So even though you don't look like you're going to go towards certifying the EIR, you probably shouldn't, even if you change your minds right now.
A rattlesnake is a rat-eating machine, which to most of us is a good and even terrific thing. A little less than 50 years ago, our neighbor's cat got bit, and away to the vet it went. Then their dog got bit. The children in their family were very young. One was only a toddler. Our children were 4 and 2. When I heard of this, I grabbed my shovel and went rattlesnake hunting. I started near our property lines, and it wasn't too long before I spotted it slithering away. There were some trees where it was headed, so I ran up to them and got behind one. As it came by, I reached out with the shovel and squashed and held it into its middle.
Ma'am? We're talking about an election and placing items on the election that has to do with the ban, regulation.
Okay, I'm getting there.
Okay, I'll give you some leeway.
In its middle, as it squirmed to and fro, it was tricky because it was fairly large. I know I had to get it behind its neck, as I was not strong enough to push the shovel through its body. At an opportune moment, the shovel came up and then down behind its neck. Afterward, I went home and collapsed as my legs felt like jello. This is where you are with this pot thing. You have the serpent squirming back and forth, and it needs to be beheaded. A pot dispensary lawyer cheated the voters out of their ban commercial petition, which included banning dispensaries. Banish Puff the Dragon and the lies it tells. It is not the innocuous serpent it purports to be. Don't wait for the statistics to pile up. Our children and young people being bitten. 1 in 10 tobacco and alcohol dollars is the ratio of taxes in and money out to the taxpayer. You are our CEOs, and no one knows marijuana costs how much marijuana costs because they are being swept under the rug. The traffic accidents alone would tell the direst of tales. Are these dead bodies we've been collecting on our highways being drug tested? No. even the ones that are tested. The results are hidden from the public. It is said that to withhold information from those who have a right to know are lies. The public coffers cannot compete with the mafia and cartel dollars that are harvested from the weed industry on the backs of our young people.
Thank you.
Oh, come on, Supervisor Clapp.
I'm
not that ugly.
Okay. He may have an emergency going on right now, so let's give him some leeway too. So it may be emergency phone call.
Yes, just so the public and the board is aware, certainly supervisors who are absent during all or a part of a public hearing, an item that requires findings, or an item that is quasi-judicial in nature, does have the ability to subsequently vote on the matter if the supervisor has reviewed all of the evidence received during his or her absence. That can be done through listening to the clerk's recording or reading a true and complete transcript of the proceedings. So certainly if things move forward, this is not a public hearing. However, it is, depending on what the motion would be, does include findings. So because Supervisor Clapp has not been able to participate in all of the public comments, if it looks like there's going to be a vote to make those findings, I would recommend that we take a break in order for him to review the portion of the public comments in which he was not able to attend.
Thank you, Counsel.
Thank you. Is that satisfying?
If we're going to be taking a vote, I would...
Supervisor Clapp, if you're going to leave the room.
I was standing by the door. I heard Marty Crane, the other person.
Okay, and if you're going to leave the room, please say something, and we can probably stop, let you take your phone call, come back. Okay.
Alrighty. Mark Rattlesnake Bolger, Rimrock Farms. I couldn't resist. Sorry, gentlemen. I just want to say that the sentiment of not putting this on the ballot is not strictly on the band side of the room. Supervisor Oliveira, I completely appreciate your thought process in this. I think it probably is the most fair thing to do. That being said, this was 11th hour legislation. You gentlemen had a whole year to work on this. 10 and a half months was spent talking about a ban, and then at the very last minute we talked about regulation. What is in that document might be satisfactory for legislative compromise. It's not satisfactory for a ballot initiative. I think that, you guys have made your decision. That's all there is to it. What ensues after this, it's going to be in the court's hands now. It's out of your hands. If the industry does want to run an initiative, and I agree with Supervisor Clapp on this 100%, we need to bring it forward. As a taxpayer of this county, not just as a cannabis farmer, I don't want you guys wasting any more money on this issue. You've made your vote. Stick to it. We'll see what happens after that. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Joan Wilson, District 1. 80 years, 80, almost a century of cannabis being banned. But today, you think a ban is going to do something different? 80 years of a ban has brought states to regulation. But do you really think that this is going to change everybody's mind? That's insane. That is exactly what insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, thinking that it's going to be different this time. It took me 40 years to get here. I love this county. I have tried to get to this county for so long. I got here. I'm here. I love this county. I'm not leaving. I paid my taxes. Thank you. You're welcome. I already dug into my pockets. I may go over some other things here. So as far as who they are, I'm not too sure who that was a reference to, because they are not all suing you guys for tax money. Okay? Also, there was a gentleman sitting up here. He was obviously a man with a plan. He had a plan. I have not heard a plan for a ban. I have not heard how you guys are going to come up with the money. I have not heard how you guys are going to implement. I've heard from the sheriff. He said, if you guys ban, I have no control. But if you regulate, that'll give me some money to work with. I can get a handle on this. It's going to take some time, but I'll get a handle on this. 80 years of a ban and 2 years of regulation? I don't think the two compare. I don't think regulation was given a chance. I think there was a lot of noise made about it, but it wasn't given a chance. If you guys do ban, well, indoor grows, I've heard a supervisor argue that, it should all be indoor. And then I've heard him argue that it's going to be a fire hazard, because it is going to be a fire hazard. If you got people out here that don't know anything about electrical wiring, using that along with water, this fire season is not going to be pretty. I hope you can do something about that. I hope you can be leaders and be prepared. Let's see. Yeah, that is a fire hazard. To make people to put it outdoors. Thank you.
Just a few comments and questions addressing some of the things that were brought up earlier on the issue by the public today. One is we're all understanding that 30 days from a ban being made public, that it goes into law. From what I understand, a public notice was put out last Wednesday. So is that 30 days from last Wednesday? Because that puts us well past, 2 days from now is February 15th? Does that mean state law kicks in for a little while? I'm really confused because there's so many conflicting things with the law. When we have to post public notice on certain issues, when the actual time counting from that public notice goes forward, and everything else.
Mr. Stopper, we're talking about what's on the agenda here, and that's not on the agenda. Election going forward.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. You're talking about something different. If you want to wait until after public comments, you can bring it up after the meeting when we go back into public comments. But what you're talking about is different than what's here.
Okay. So a notice whether a ban's put forward through an election is different than what I'm talking about. Absolutely. I concur.
Okay.
I'm off base this time.
Okay.
I'll stop.
Any other public comments?
Ashley Skeen, District 2. I just want to say that I appreciate the honesty. You all have shown where you stand on the issue, and that is something that is growing more and more rare these days in politics, is honesty and telling the truth. I am fully in favor of the ban going on the ballot, in the reason that it should have already went on the ballot earlier, much earlier. And, I don't want to say anything that will be taken too personal, but the day this ban ordinance was voted on, a certain board member said that the right was being taken away from the people to vote on it, And that is not true, because it would have been given to the people had Measure B been put on the ballot. And this previous board voted not to do that. And so I'm in favor of it going on, because it's time for the people who have been either there's people who've been intimidated, people who've been afraid, or there has been people who have just not known how to actively combat or say how they feel about what is going on. And so I think this is the right step to put on the ballot, and then if the people vote against it, then go from there. As to some of the other things that have been said, that you guys don't know what you're doing, that there's no way to pay for it, I would like to say that people should read the Sacramento Bee and read about the fact that our county is in litigation with PG&E for losses during the Butte fire, and the fact that we could raise TOT tax and the sales tax. There's lots of ways. There's lots of ways to do what you want to do. You just have to get it done. But that being said, I'm in favor of it going on the ballot, so thank you.
Preponderant Randall Smith, District 3.
Excuse me. Excuse me a second.
I'm speaking. This is my turn to speak, I believe, Chair.
We've got the mic. We've got the
Thank
time
you.
off. We got the time off.
Good. Can I get my 4 seconds back, please?
This morning, Bonnie Newman made a complaint about people bringing dogs in that weren't licensed or certified, dogs. So I just want to know what the dog's doing here. If he's that, he would have something that looks like this, then he could bring his dog in.
You want to see it?
Please.
Come up here and I'll show it to you. Come up here and I'll show it to you.
No, if you can.
I've got it with me. Okay, so my dog's allowed in here just because this gentleman doesn't want to hear me speak. My dog's going to stay anyway. Now, when I was in 10th grade, I got a D on a report. It wasn't my fault. It was my teacher's fault. It wasn't my fault that I couldn't spell. I couldn't follow the rules. Let's make one thing clear. You guys voted for a ban. You own it now. And now we got to deal with the consequences. If you want to put something on the ballot, the fair thing to do would be to take the February 16th draft ordinance, put in the mitigation measures, and put that before the people. Then we'll see what the people really want. The proposal that's here now is really not a good proposal. No one's going to vote for it. No one's going to vote for any of this. Good luck, guys. We'll see you out there in legal land.
Yes.
I don't think you can ask somebody to show the paperwork for the dog. I know I can't at any job that I work at.
Okay.
I don't think I said. I just said he had to have one of these.
He asked if it was a service dog. He has the right to do that. All right. Any other public comments?
I have a couple of points that I want to make, things that were brought up, about leaving the room during public comments and listening to the clerk's recording afterwards does not give us the benefit of seeing the responses of the people when they hear the information. So that doesn't cut it for me anyway. I observed that under no circumstances for some people is cannabis recognized as a medicine. They only see it as a gateway drug to more serious drug use. Until we understand that cannabis has been refined to the point that it is used as a medicine, we got it from UC Davis Medical Center. Marinol. refined cannabis. The other thing about money, our public coffers. I think we should double our property taxes. Everybody should pay twice as much as they do now in property taxes to help us make the bridge between being bankrupt and providing services for our people. I know county employees got a raise. Sheriff's Department got a raise. Where's the money going to come from? Double our property taxes. Let's see who steps up and opens their pocketbook.
Any other public comments? I know.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gregory Gustafson. Obviously, we need the opinion of the general public. I mean, that's what voting is all about. I mean, if you consider running for election, wouldn't you like to know that 51% of the people agree with you? Or is your opinion more important than somebody else's? And that's what's always scared me about politics, is how people get in and they think their opinion's more important and how they'll leverage other issues against you, even forge your signature, like can happen at a school board, etc. So you want to protect yourself. You want an election. You want it to be true. You want it to get feeling from the people, so all the people get represented. So what do? You've got half of the people that agree with it and maybe half that don't. You're right there in the bubble, in the margin. There's so many times throughout history where everything is right there. But the hypocrisy is what drives me insane. And the people that are lying for their own benefit drives me insane. I've seen people that are suffering that are now using marijuana for their own benefit. But boy, I'll tell you, they would have arrested them because they were policemen years ago. I have relatives that are sheriffs, CHP, all throughout jails. They watch prisoners, and it seems like such a waste. People sometimes need that. I mean, there's self-medication, there's opioids that are, there's a skittle party about every 3 years at Toyon. What? You know, when I was on the board and they said, oh, it's a skittle party. I said, what is a skittle party? Well, that's when kids steal all the drugs from their parents and have a party with them. You know, it's not marijuana. Marijuana's not killing those kids. It's they don't know what's going on with these drugs they're mixing together. Then you throw in a little alcohol and something else. So let's hear what the people want, what they need. It's really important that the people can have their opinion. And people that need, I mean, people have been self-medicating for years with alcohol. And how about you parents? Right to your face, you parents. Watch what your kids are doing. Don't say, gee, I never noticed. Come on. Are you serious? We knew everything our child was doing. We knew what her friends were doing. And we weren't having to open drawers and sneak around. We went for their honesty. We treated them like young adults, and they gave us a response like a young adult should. And we're real proud of her. She's about to graduate from Oregon in 3 months, 4 years. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Think about all the people, all the people.
Am I the last one? David Tuno, District 5. Mr. Gustafson is absolutely right. The people need to have their say. And we had round one of the people having their say with Measure D. And they had their say. And the regulate people had their bite at the apple. It was voted down. Now, let's have our bite at the apple. Let's have the ban people. Let's have the ban initiative, the ban ordinance. Let's test that out. We've had a test on one side of this issue. Let's have a test on the other side. Let's don't give them another bite at the apple. If they want to put up another initiative, fine. That's their right to do that. But the people have been heard on this issue. Now, if you will put your ordinance in front of the people, I think it will pass. If it doesn't, then you'll have some direction. It's somewhere in between. And it would be better if the board were to craft something then have the marijuana growers craft that ordinance. It would be better if you did it in response to a no vote on your ban ordinance. So something that you could test out, and then you can put that in front of the people. That scenario makes more sense to me. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Don Nye. You've seen me before, so I just want to make a brief statement coming from 30,000 feet, so to speak, and watching the process. I've watched a lot of political processes come to fruition, and I think the only way that they come to a satisfactory result is through a working group that includes all the stockholders, all of the people that have a something in the game, so to speak. That definitely includes the public, but it also includes, in this case, not only the growers, the farmers, but all the ancillary businesses that have their livelihood supported, at least in part, senders, for example. I shop there, but I know a lot of people that are building things, they shop there. The grocery stores, the hardware stores, etc. My personal interest is in building an agricultural and environmental products testing lab in the county. And if I include cannabis, currently there is no way to do that, even though there would be legal cannabis grown in this county today, tomorrow, 90 days from now, etc. I think that I'm the baby being thrown out with the bathwater in this case, and I would like you to address the fact that even if there is a commercial cannabis ban, which I don't personally support, that an analytical testing lab to include testing the cannabis that is grown in surrounding communities or counties, in addition to Prop 64 grows, etc. I should be allowed to do that legally. That's my personal interest. But I also would like to be part of a working group to come up with a viable, regulated growing ordinance. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Good afternoon again. Al Segala. I'm representing myself, not the Taxpayer Association. And you voted on a proclamation that called for Kindness Week, being kind. Well, I really agree with that. And kindness could be part of the solution to just about every problem we have. Now, is it kind to put 1,000 or 1,500 cannabis growers out of business, destroy their crops under the thought that they have a bad product or they're bad people? I don't think that's kind. So since you passed the kindness declaration, doesn't that rescind your previous ban ordinance? Because it definitely wasn't kind. Sometimes when you're up to your behind in alligators, you forget your purpose is to drain the swamp. In this case, sometimes we forget that the purpose of regulation is for public safety. And governments, not just us, all over, use regulation for other purposes, and always with good meaning, always thinking they're going to bring something good by doing that. You remember the speed limit being dropped from 65 or 75 to 55 miles an hour so we could save fuel. Now we have a black market and people driving the old speed limit. And then it got so ridiculous they gave up on it. It took a while. And the same thing with alcohol prohibition and other things that relate to this subject. It would be good to have a public, a vote by the public, but it should not be an ordinance. It should be advisory. That's because our founders, when they created our republic, they did not create a democracy. If we have a mistake in what the public votes for, it's very difficult to change that, assuming that the Board of Supervisors would have the wisdom and courage to do so. So, what can be done now? I recommend that you repeal or rescind your previous ordinance, allow the existing ordinance to expire, allow the state to regulate, and have regulation of land use handled the normal process through the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. I want to make clear that we earlier took a poll, and it was not anything that was had to do with a valid vote of any type. It was just a poll to see where we were at before we went into public comment. So at this time, we're back to the board. I'm open for comments, motions, anything.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
With all due respect to Supervisor Clapp and the issue that was addressed regarding his absence during public comment, before we enter into any deliberation or motion, I would like to see the opportunity be afforded to Supervisor Clapp to review that information which he missed out in the hall, so we can have an understanding of what the issue is.
Very well. That's a good point. So we'll take a 5-minute break for Supervisor Clapp to look over the minutes. Okay? Supervisor Clapp, did you have a chance to view the video? Okay, and you're confident you saw what you needed to see? Okay. So I'm looking for a motion. Do I have a motion to not put any of these items on the ballot?
Chair, I think the best way to do it would be to see if there's a motion to put anything on the ballot first, and then we can work from there.
Do I have a motion to put anything on the ballot?
We don't.
Okay, so do we have, so we're not, do we have, well, we have no motion at all, so we're going to go forward with this item and not doing anything. Let me read.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Does that go for all the items listed in the recommendation as far as the EIR, the CEQA findings, and the resolutions?
We don't need to certify the EIR for not putting anything on the ballot.
Mr. Mauer, is that accurate?
So the certification of the EIR was for this specific action. When you adopted the ban ordinance, you certified the EIR at that point in time for that purpose. So this is a separate action. I think if you choose to not take any action, it just means no action was taken, nothing goes on the ballot, and the proposal before you dies. So if there's no desire to put anything on the ballot, there's no motion to do so, then there's no other action that needs to be taken. You may want to take a affirmative action to not take an action, just to make it very clear, but by not passing a motion, it has the same effect.
So we have no action, we have no motions coming forward. So the item dies for inaction. Okay? Moving on to the next item. Madam Clerk.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 532.32.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
We'll start with Supervisor Garamendi.
I have nothing that I'm required to report on AB 1234 this time. So in the interest of a long day, I will save my report till next week.
Supervisor Oliveira.
I wish I could say that, but I do have some things I need to report out. I attended the Evans Pass Fire Department Firefighters Association meeting held on Saturday the 3rd in the morning. Listened to their operations and their suggestions. And once again, I must commend the Evans Pass Fire District for doing what they do so well. They were just an outstanding group of individuals, firefighters, both men and women, and I'm very proud to have them in my district and being part of their district. I was a judge at the Murphy's Hotel Chili Cook-Off, which is about 3 years in a row, and had some great chili.
Can we have quiet out there, please? Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you. Been doing that on an annual basis for about 3 to 4 years. I had a meeting with our new Economic Development Director, Catherine Galindo. That turned out very good. I found that she was very well briefed on some of the issues that I'm experiencing up in District 3, and seeing she's only been on board for about a week, I found her very knowledgeable and engaging. She is taking part in those activities, and I think we made a good choice with her so far. I attended the Chamber's Good Morning Breakfast on Wednesday, the 7th. Once again, Dr. Smart was here earlier. I guess he's not here. The folks in the Chamber are once again doing a great job. It's a very difficult time, especially with no snow in my district, to get visitors up here. The bottom line is I think the Chamber is doing everything they possibly can to make Calaveras County a place to come and see and visit, and engaging our businesses. Being in this chair for the last 3+ years, this is the best effort I've seen to make Calaveras County a place to come and do business in. And also the Visitors Bureau is doing the same thing. I request they keep up the good work. I did attend the Evans Pass Property Owners Committee meeting right after that. I was actually the guest speaker up there addressing the issues of Calaveras County, especially in District 3 in the Evans Pass area. And we discussed a variety of issues: water, tree mortality, marijuana, other things. But I like attending those meetings. Unfortunately, sometimes I do have a conflict when we have board meetings and things, but fortunately, we're able to make that schedule. I took a tour of Rite of Passage at their request. Rite of Passage is an organization located up on Freecott City Road at the very end. And it'd been about 5-6 years since I've been up there as a deputy. Once in a while, as the deputy will tell you, we have occasion to go up there and perform law enforcement duties. I got a call and a request to be on a member of their advisory board. So to take a look at that and see what's going on, I did go up to ROP, what's called Rite of Passage, and I was amazingly impressed. It was something that I hadn't seen in 5 years. And what a great facility up there. And what a great structured program. That's not county-sponsored, folks. That's done by pure donations. It's a private school, and it's for 14 to 18-year-old juveniles that have had run-ins with the law, some other things. It's an actual accredited school. It's an academy. And I would be honored to be a member of their advisory board, which I am going to do. I would recommend that everybody take a good long look at that. They're offering now open tours and what they do and how they accomplish things. Their success rate is very good. But it's something that you need to take a look at. If you want to think about our community and helping those folks that are in trouble and seek the way to go the right path, the rite of passage is the way to go. I don't know if they're faith-based or anything, and they didn't appear to be, but once again, I'd be happy to be on their advisory board. I did have a meeting with a project called The Farm. That's a project coming into District 3, and that's a new inventive way to actually provide what they call ag recreation. I'm sure that the folks on the farm know what they're doing. We're working with our independent, actually we're working with our internal departments, planning department, building department, actually our public works. It's a project that's going to involve somewhat of a glamping atmosphere with a restaurant. They're going to have an area that you can actually lease out for your 4-H projects for the folks that don't have that ability to keep that farm animal there. It's on the drawing board right now. Great project. I'm glad to have that happen in District 3. It's going to be on 6 Mile Road, and it's going to be between Highway 4 and Ironstone on the lower side. Once again, it's a project in progress, and we'll see what happens. Finally, I attended a community meeting in the Blue Lake Springs 14, 15, 16 area, which is unrepresented by a homeowners association. The good news is that I made it out of there. The bad news is we talked about the Murphy Drive Bridge, which is damaged and unpassable since January 2017. After hearing the public, which was attended by almost 100 people, which was wonderful for a community. We actually held it in a cul-de-sac. It was at a person's home, and they got everybody together, brought their lawn chairs, and we sat down and talked for a couple hours and decided, number one, what our problems were, and number two, how we're going to fix them. I was very encouraged by the close of the meeting because when we went there and you have to stand there and listen to folks with legitimate complaints and you don't have the right answers to give them right then and there, we turned that into a real productive meeting where, as a group, we got together and found out what we can and can't do. And sure enough, they had a sign-up sheet out there with 25 signatures. And actually last night they had a meeting, and things are going in the right direction. So I'm pretty proud to be part of that. A little touchy when I first got there. There's a lot of angry people, and understandably so. But we were able to sit down and talk. So I'm glad about that. That's about it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Mills.
I don't know if I'm that busy. Thank you for being busy. January 25th was at the Treasury Oversight Committee review. February 1st, we attended the Highway 4 working group, and what really was the highlight there was we had Jeff Provis with Public Works discussing with the various utilities that were attending about the Dig Once policy, and I know that has started to spread out a little bit because there was some discussion with Dave Edgerton with CCWD as a result of that conversation. So if it highlights awareness and saves both the utilities and the county money in doing road overlays, that's a big win. February 2nd, Chamber of Commerce dinner. I know there was 3 other supervisors there. February 3rd, Copperopolis Lions Club dinner, about 200 plus in attendance at that. February 6th, Coffee Talk Tuesday in Angels Camp. The Chamber of Commerce presented their On the Right Track program, and I thought that's a great start for our young people, and I know I will probably be helping them with that. Cal Waste also explained that Plastic is going to be a difficult issue to recycle here going forward because China is not wanting to accept a lot of the plastic that we're shipping them right now, and it's getting very touchy. Good morning, Calaveras. Scott Nanick with the Calaveras Board of Education spoke. The key for me was that there's a 17% truancy rate in Calaveras County. That was quite shocking. At Council of Governments that evening, they accepted the overall work plan for the county and the City of Angels Camp. February 8th, Murphy Sanitary. They are working on some boundary changes. That's the first time in literally 40 years that I can think that they might have be thinking about expanding their boundaries. Copper Fire is looking forward to the water enhancement fee changes. They stated clearly through their board they do not support a fireworks ban in their area. They purchased a fit test unit for their SCBAs, and the Code 5 payments are going to severely help their budget. So they're really going to be helped in their overall. February 10th, we judged the 4-H presentations here in San Andreas, and then that evening at the Murphy's Arnold Booster Dinner. So that's all I have.
Supervisor Platt.
Yeah, I attended the CSA 1, and I attended the Lackawanna Homeowners Association. They still have a large turnout at the homeowners. They're feuding right now. And actually, I joined you with the district, I think, last week for Valley Springs. But that's about it.
And in the interest of time, I will report out next Tuesday's meeting. So, staff, you have anything to report? No? All right. We will go into public comments.
George Fry. President's Day, February 19th. There's going to be a dedication and grand opening by the Jenny Lynn Veterans Memorial District for the new hall. I would hope that you folks will go to that. It's at 11 o'clock in the morning until 1. And also, I received a flag which is going to be presented that day at the hall, and the flag says, "This is certified that the accompanying flag was flown over the United States Capitol on March 8, 2016. At the request of Honorable John Garamendi, Member of Congress, this flag was flown for Abigail Fisher in honor of the United States of America and all of those that have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation." Also, at the dedication, the flag is going to be dedicated on behalf of Supervisor Garamendi's grandfather, who was a major in World War II. And also, Supervisor Garamendi has a brick at the new hall. Also, I have mentioned this before, but Supervisor Garamendi is an Army veteran, First Lieutenant, is that correct? Yeah, First Lieutenant. So I want you to thank your dad for providing this flag. I met him at a crab feed in his district, District 3, and asked him if he could provide a flag for the dedication. And so I just hope everybody in TV land will come and see the new building and the dedication and the grand opening. Thank you very much.
George, before you go away, could you repeat the date?
Yes, it's the 19th. It's President's Day.
Thank you.
It's from 11 until 1. I'd love to see a big turnout. Thank you.
Ben Stopper, District 5. I would like to address following forward with the Wild and Scenic designation from the McComey River that was brought up earlier today during public comment. The Wild and Scenic designation, while there are very good points to it that we all want to preserve within our rural community, at the same time it ties our hands for us being able to access what we have rights as a community. The wild and scenic designation, 30 some odd miles they're talking about of the McCalmy River is not all that it's talking about. It's talking about a measurement up both sides of the canyon and all contributing tributaries, which means it goes all the way to the top of the Sierras. So this is tying your hands, this is tying Alpine's hands, this is tying Amador County's hands. We, as a county, have more water rights on the McCalmy through Calaveras Public Utility District, Calaveras County Water District, than any of the counties surrounding us. Same with the Stanislaus. Tuolumne has no water rights comparatively. But at this point, we have to realize that while the wild and scenic has many good standards about it that we all believe in, the fact that it ties our hands for being able to access certain rights that we've had, and some of those are pre-1914 water rights, which they can't take away from us other than us not being able to access it. And once that water leaves the county or hits Pardee or Comanche, we lose control. So I would agree with what Ms. Reinke brought up earlier today, and the fact that this is a very concerning for our county, and this is our future. Look, when we look at Pardee and Comanche, that's East Bay mud. These rights were sold down the road in 1930s with no thought to the future for what I believe was near $11 million. That money spent long ago. Do we see anything coming back to our county? We have a large amount of water rights on the McCalmy, but nothing compared to the Stanislaus. These are contributing factors to our county that we need to hold on, gentlemen. We need to support our water districts in their fight to retain these rights, and we need to put our voice and made it heard at the state level as, look, wild and scenic, while a majority of it may be a good idea for preserving the beauty that we love and we live here for, at the same time, it's tying our hands and be able to do what we want to in the future in our own property and getting rid of our property rights. Thank you.
I disagree with everyone about everything. But I would like to ask you all if you had a chance to see...
Wait. Did you speak earlier? You spoke earlier. You had your book. You had definitions. So you spoke already.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Did you see the moon? Did anybody see the moon?
No, it didn't hear. I didn't see the moon either, and I didn't speak. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. We also agree that you really need to reconfirm your opposition to the wild and scenic. It's terrible. As I understand it, after a lot of debate and people that know history better than me, a previous board actually endorsed the wild and scenic, and then subsequent to that, a wiser board rejected it. And I hope that you be like the wiser board and also reject it. I'll ask my supervisor to put it on the agenda if it's possible. On our Taxpayer Association, tomorrow we're having our monthly board directors meeting, which taxpayers can go to. We're going to have an interesting guest for about an hour. That's our county auditor. We're going to try to cover all the issues that are concerned to the taxpayer, and other people that might want to attend are welcome to, but they need to call first thing in the morning so we can make sure that we have room. We're at the library, but we're in a small conference room. We have coming up on Taxpayer Alert, Thursday we'll be taping our friend John Hamilton with the Pine Tree, and he's going to give the inside scoop on the how network or how internet news works. And then prior to that, we're going to have Robin Danfeld. Robin Danfeld is also running for auditor. And we need to balance because we had Rebecca on our program recently. And so Robin and John will be our guests for next Thursday, and that'll be available on YouTube probably a few days after that, depending how fast Susan works. And that's it. Thank you for the good work you do.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll close the meeting.